I currently have two PCs, but only have one monitor. So once I start using one PC, the other is left untouched. Also, I usually place the second build behind the test bench and the monitor. So moving it out is a scary process as I am worried that I would drop the case. A portable monitor would help me greatly with rebuilding and productivity. To the monitor, I believe many of you are familiar to the 240Hz Asus XG17. This is a used monitor that I picked up on eBay for $400 with tax included, but the condition is pristine, so I guess it was a good gamble. The monitor is packed with multiple features. 17-inch 240Hz IPS panel with 3 millisecond response time, lightweight, built-in battery and speaker. The monitor comes with a smart cover which does not offer much protection, but it is mainly used as a stand. It is attached to the monitor via magnet, which is similar to an iPad cover. I don't use it because it makes the monitor gaming settings for the monitor. Pixel Overdrive.
What's this graphics? That was terrible. Nice.
指揮官来た？よーし、今日もいじり倒して。で、お仕事頑張ります。
August. That was fun.
格好？私はずっとこんな格好。
Gaming PCs are usually in pretty big ATX or micro ATX cases, but I wanted to go the opposite direction with this and put together the smallest PC I could. And when I say small, I mean like really small. Howdy guys, Ponchato here, and today we're going to be putting together a mini ITX small form factor gaming PC. Now when I say small form factor, I mean like seriously small PCs like this. This is the case right here, it's really small. So a lot of the internal components on a small form factor PC are basically the same as what you'd put into a regular gaming PC, but there are a few differences. The biggest one, or the smallest one, would be in the case. This is the Velcase Velka M, which is only 4 liters. This is one of the smallest, if not the smallest case on the market that can actually fit a discrete GPU. Like the entire computer is going to fit into a box much smaller than like an Xbox or a PlayStation. That's kind of cool. It also comes with mesh panels to put on the graphics card and motherboard side and the case fans on top. Now, if you're looking at this, one of the first questions you're probably gonna ask is how the heck is a power supply gonna fit into this? Because I actually have an ATX power supply right here, and a regular power supply is like more than half of the volume of this entire case. So we need a special power supply. The form factor that I'm talking about is called Flex ATX. Now this is mostly used in servers. Technically it's called 1U in servers, but 1U is less well defined than Flex ATX. That's beside the point. You need a Flex ATX power supply. This is one of those, a Silverstone FX350G, which, as you can see, looks quite a bit different than a regular power supply. So this form factor of power supply is usually used in servers and data centers and stuff like that. So most of the ones on the market today are not designed for consumer use. You can use them and they work obviously just fine, but a lot of them lack features that consumers find useful that don't really have a place in the data center. For example, this one has a power switch. That's pretty important. It also has a PCIe 6
That's how it works.
エセックス級2番艦ファイティングレディヨークタウン。あなたのもとに再び戻ったわ。闇の後に迎えるのは輝かしき幸せの光。指揮官様、共に私たちの未来を歩んでいきましょう。
Cool.
Ah. Thank you. That's right. I can get her again. I like it.
Still a little rough, but as we continue the build, it should start looking better. Side, all put together. Building in a micro ATX case or a normal ATX tower case. In those situations, when you're putting together a standard gaming computer or just any computer at all, the space available for all of your components is already predefined. It's very easy to put things together because everything has a specific place in which it will fit. Generally speaking, you don't have to flex cables or try to really bend anything or flex the case to get things to fit. But when you're building in a case this tiny, you're gonna have to do some stuff that is going to feel extremely uncomfortable. It's not just different from building in a normal case, it's also a whole lot harder. You're gonna have to rely on quite a bit of arm strength or leverage if you're using screwdrivers to force things into position so that you can actually plug everything in and tighten all the screws. Now I will point out that I'm using a GTX 1050 Ti right here, but the 1650 is going to be coming out in just a couple days after this video is released, so you might want to wait for that because the 1650 is
videos.
委託完了。さあ早く早く。あまり待たせちゃダメなんだからね。
Yeah, this one. Commission.
Hey friends,
Whoa, hello.
welcome back. So as far as I know, I've got the SteelSeries 650. I also have just a small Corsair mousepad in case, I mean, wherever you're going, you're gonna need to play video games with the mousepad. And then we also have the Drivo set up here. Let me put on the HS70s. We've got the 120 hertz G-Story monitor right here, and then the beast of a system.
ボーナスゲッツ。私の分は？
Is that a plane or a helicopter?
Right next to me. And everything is just ready to go. 120 hertz is already set up. We're on Wi-Fi, so that'll be pretty good. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect in games like any competitive online game that you're playing, but for LAN purposes or for even Computex purposes, which is ours, where we can both work on this thing as well as game at the same time, Wi-Fi is going to be more than adequate. And a lot of you probably at this be playing at 1080p. This should be able to handle everything. Some like
I remember the Valka 3.
Hey YouTube, it's Chris again. I6 into the back. Of the greatest Wi-Fi signal. So that's all set up. RTX 3060 in here. I mean, and I'm rocking, because this is a B450, I only have 500 gigabyte M.2, but I also, because there's room in here, see in the back, I have a 1 terabyte SSD. I'll probably do the same thing when I put in the 10400. But yeah, I mean, you're getting 100, playing Warzone, getting 120 to 140 FPS. It's absolutely crazy. So you're thinking, okay, that's your computer, right? And yep, that's the computer, but you need other things.
It's not it.
This, like, it's absolutely perfect for something like this. Issue was is the motherboard that I was using, the ROG B5 660. Some of the products underneath, like the case, the headphones, everything that I know I can get.
Terrible.
This is definitely one of the most powerful small form factor PCs we've put together over here, and it really comes down to the new low profile GPU we opted to use. Hey, what's going on everybody? It's ETA Prime back here with your 5 liters, and as you can see, this is a really tiny case here. But the first thing I want to talk about here is the GPU, because when it comes down to it, this is going to be one of the most important pieces to a mini gaming PC. And for this, we're going to be using the all-new low-profile RTX 5060. I know there's some hate around the 5060 when it comes in a normal form factor, but I gotta say, what they did here with this low profile is exactly what I was hoping for out of a small form factor 5060. As soon as the 5000 series NVIDIA cards launched, this is exactly what I wanted. It does require one 8-pin PCIe connector. We've got a triple fan design here, and it's coming in with the same form factor as last year's low-profile RTX 4060 from Gigabyte. In order for everything to fit inside of this small form, the last thing kind of just max.
USB-C converters, and they work great. Super bright, can't complain. Yeah. Last thing.
Hey, what's going on guys, I'm RGB Freak and welcome back to another video. Today I want to be showcasing my brand new, or it's actually not brand new right now, but I know I've had a lot of you see it. I don't really do any screwing, or it's a lot more smooth with the fabric panel on, not gonna lie.
かんないけどやってやるよ。やらなきゃって気がする。
Wait, what was I doing?
指揮官のナンバーワンだから MVP も楽勝よ。要するに全部倒せばいいのよね。ガチャ。よくわかんないけどやってやるよ。必ず勝って気がする。
65 gigabytes I have to copy.
夏の装いでもあるさす。勝利をもたらさん。
Wait, what was the GPU? I needed to mount the 1050 Ti.
進みましょう。後ずさることなく。
eGPU.
己の最後を見届けるがいい。こうなったら一か八かの賭けに出るまで。
This is a legit Thunderbolt eGPU for as cheap as only $100 on sales, and today we'll test it with this Knockbox mini PC by GMK Tech and my personal gaming laptop, so let's talk about that. Okay, so you can order this eGPU station by the brand Wikingoo on AliExpress for around $120 and sometimes even as low as $100 on sales, which is probably by far the cheapest price new eGPUs have been available yet. It actually arrived quite fast in less than 10 days, and in my case I paired it with a used 450 watt system power 7 PSU by Be Quiet, which I bought for only $22 including shipping used on eBay, because it offers 2 PCI Express power lanes. So the total cost would be around $122 to around $150 without the GPU. And for today's test I used 2 regular NVIDIA desktop GPUs, one being this GTX 1070 Ti, which you can actually get for as cheap as around $100 used or even less on eBay these days. And I also tested it with my personal RTX 4070, which at least in Europe you can get for around $550. Now the package for the eGPU is super small and cheap looking. You'll actually have to assemble it for yourself, which by the way is super easy and only took me around 10 minutes without a manual. You just need to tighten some screws, install the PSU and the GPU, and you're good to go. Don't worry about that, a 10-year-old could do that. They also include a 40 gigabit per second cable, which allows you to use Thunderbolt 3 and 4 ports, as well as most USB-C 4 ports. So this would work with a Lenovo Legion Go, an MSI Claw, most higher-end mini PCs, and corresponding laptops as well. In order to get things going, you need to make sure to first start up the GPU, and after that you can turn on the device you're planning to use. And it basically should just appear in the Windows Device Manager, and I didn't even need to deactivate the integrated Intel graphics for the mini PC, or in the case of my laptop, the dedicated RTX 3070 Ti it already comes with. Now, a Thunderbolt eGPU is quite heavily bandwidth restricted by the Thunderbolt maximum throughput of 40 gigabits, and we're shortly going to see what that actually means in terms of gaming or stuff like 3D rendering. But before we look at some gaming results, let's start with some synthetic benchmarks. Spoiler alert, be aware that they are a bit misleading compared to actual gaming results, but more on that in a bit. If you're interested in the utilized mini PC, check out my review of the Knockbox K9 by GMK Tech over here. To quickly bring you up to speed, it comes with an Intel Core Ultra 5 125H with 14 cores and 18 threads, 32 GB of DDR5 5600 MHz RAM, and a Thunderbolt 4 port. The mini PC's default 3D Mark Firestrike score is around 6,000.
That's the Vega 64.
GTX 1080 or Vega? 1080, 1070, or wait Vega, for Vega? Or 1080 Ti for wait future-proof build? Switch to NVIDIA. Planning a new build. 1080 Should Ti I wait or wait for Vega?
Vega.
Wait for RX Vega? Wait for We're on par for compute units on Vega 64, but we've got about the GTX 1070 and 1080 that their pricing puts them up against. And we'll be treating all 3 cards to our mainstream gaming platforms from both the Red Team and the blue team. At the top end, we immediately see the Vega 64 liquid-cooled card pull out into a comfortable lead, though this quickly changes in Rise of the Tomb Raider, where the GTX 1080 overruns it. Moving a tier down, while the Vega 56 significantly widens and closes these gaps on the 1070, at times appearing like a kind of 1070 Ti, this theme of trading blows seems to take place across all of our gaming benchmarks, and our synthetics tell a similar tale. So if you're an AMD fan who wanted to see competition, you're going to be happy. But if you wanted AMD to blow the doors off Nvidia, well, you might be a little disappointed. You'll be more excited about the... Ouch.
Uh-oh. Am I out of RAM? Memory 94%. CPU 4.1. My CPU is running too hot.
The RTX 3080 is the most powerful GPU we've ever seen at this price point. But we've said that before, and in fact, we say it every time there's a new graphics card generation. So what makes this one so darn special? I mean, the hype surrounding it was so huge that even we got caught up in it. I mean, look how excited this guy is. It's infectious. But as we all know, hype disappoints, and absolute hype disappoints absolutely. Unlike our sponsor, Glasswire. Glasswire is the tool that shows you which apps are the reports that all Ampere-based cards support SRIOV at a hardware level. For
Temperatures are 60. So they're stable. GPU 60. Not bad, not bad.
Starting with the RX 6400. This is the most entry-level card in the list. 6400 is the simple upgrade card, tiny, low power, and usually sold in low profile flavors by a handful of brands. It's a 4GB card, so don't expect miracle performance, but it will push older and lighter titles at 1080p on medium settings. And prices are all over the place depending on the seller and model, but on the used or new market, you'll commonly see low profile RX 6400 around the $100 to $130 range. If your priority 10 is worth a look, its power and capability and still quiet and cool thanks to low TDP designs, expect playable 1080p on medium settings in many modern titles. This one is from the A310, but still very small form factor friendly. If you want a low noise small build that can actually run a wide is a great choice. Many low profile 3050 models run off cool in small cases, while delivering PCI 3050 is a great choice. Many low profile 3050 models run off PCI bus power or a single small connector and stay pretty cool in small cases. While delivering strong 1080 gaming, try to stretch for a 3050. And that's the lineup for the best budget low profile GPUs right now. Each one has its own place depending on what you're building and how.
I did it.
What are the best low-profile graphics cards? The low-profile GPU market is my absolute favorite. Here's the best options. Maybe you have a mini tower Dell Optiplex OEM that can only fit the low-profile cards, or maybe you're building a small form factor custom build that can only fit them as well. I actually just did that in a long-form video. In terms of straight-up performance, the absolute best option for low-profile right now is the RTX 4060. I've used this in several builds, and I believe the only manufacturer is still Gigabyte, and it costs just a touch over $300 brand new. We've tested this against a normal size 4060, and it's literally the exact same performance. If you're on more of a budget, there is a low-profile RTX 3050. I know we hate on the 3050, but in the low-profile form factor, it's actually pretty good. On the AMD side, there's also an RX 6400 for even less money, which can be bought on Amazon, and if you're willing to buy used, then sometimes you can snipe a good 1650. The 4060 completely changed the game of what's possible for gaming with a low-profile card. So if you can afford it, then I would highly recommend that one.
The ADT Link R4 3SG eGPU adapter is a device that allows you to connect an external graphics card to your old laptop or mini PC through.
There we go. What's my RAM? Memory data 90%.
Today, I'm going to show you how to build a compact and fully modular mini eGPU using affordable components, potentially for half the price of commercial options like the GPD G1, and maybe even with better performance. This is a prototype I put together last year, so some parts might be a bit dated, but the core idea remains solid. Let's dive in and see how easily you can build your own budget-friendly eGPU. Consumer gadgets are still shockingly inefficient when it comes to space. While the semiconductor industry keeps pushing for higher performance density at the microcontroller level, the overall product packaging for these advancements haven't kept up. Apple's M series devices are a rare exception, but most companies just aren't prioritizing this. One particular product that's always bothered me is the eGPU, especially the bulky, overpriced enclosures that connect via Thunderbolt or Oculink. Even with the rise of the so-called mini eGPUs, most still come with weaker GPUs at sky-high prices, despite the availability of more powerful compact alternatives, and are often non-30 for demonstration by design. As mobile, the Gigabyte or Asus 4060 using a GT 1030 for demonstration, but you can swap in any low-profile GPU like the Gigabyte or Asus 4060 low-profile cards. I'll actually be working on a future project featuring a 4060 class card, so stay tuned if you are interested in something a bit more powerful. Now, since external PCIe protocols like Thunderbolt or Oculink are bandwidth limited, you don't want to go too high-end on your GPU. That said, a 4060 card should be more than enough for mobile computing. As I built a small riser for the Thunderbolt was prepped earlier, sealed off the two 5V board and the 12V exhaust fan. In my previous videos, the DC GPU is detected. Next, I installed the necessary drivers, whether it's NVIDIA, AMD or whatever brand GPU you're using. Once the drivers are set up, everything appears as expected, and I can connect an external monitor to the GPU to verify it's working. For performance testing, I ran some MSI combustor benchmarks and everything looked solid. And just for fun, I played now. Since eGPUs aren't typically hot swappable, the first step after assembling the build is to power everything down on my laptop before connecting it to the Thunderbolt board. Once it's done, I check the device manager to confirm the GPU is detected. Next, I install the necessary drivers, whether it's NVIDIA, AMD or whatever brand GPU you're using. Once the drivers are set up, everything appears as expected, and I can connect an external monitor to the GPU to verify it's working. I ran some MSI combustor benchmarks channel to see how well it spent the fortune on a locked-in eGPU setup and sleeker custom enclosure. So thanks for watching further using thermal resistant tapes. Next, we move on to the power connections. Peel off the. After a few frustrating hours, everything everything finally came together and I could peel.
Damn it. That's not it either.
あれ指揮官いつ戻ってきたの？
Let's do this.
よし、努力の成果を試す時です。
Oops.
えぐりうがち、貫き通す。当たれ。私から逃れられないから当たれ。みんな集まって狼のようにガオーってえぐりうがち貫き通す。当たれ当たれ。えぐりうがち貫き通す。私から逃れられないね。対策を考えないと。この程度じゃ足りないわ。もっともっとだ。えぐりうがち貫き通す。要するに全部倒すのいいのよね。ガチャガシはしないでしょ。やってみせれば。接続完了。展開わかんないけどやってやるよ。こっちだよ。しないからよくわかんないけどやってやるよ。接続完了。星空を眺め正解を歩む。接続完了。展開どこ見てるの？こっちだよ。よくわかんないけどやってやるよ。どこ見てるの？こっちだよ。接続完了。展開接続完了。正解を歩む。よくわかんないけどやってやるよ。どこ見てるの？こっちだよ。展開どこ見てるの？こっちだよ。サディアの意向を私がリードする。私の意向はいつも通りで華々しくやってみせれば。逃がしなさい。友達の親愛をその身を差し貫か。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないけどね。いつも通りでよ。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わない。いつも通りで。みんな 私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。さまよえる獣芸術の力を味わいな。キャプテンポンフェイにできないことはない。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。ひれ伏せよ。私の守りキャプテンポンフェイにたやすく貫けるとは思わない芸術の力を味わいな。キャプテンポンフェイにできないことはない。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。ひれ伏せよ。私の守りできないことはない。たやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。ひれ伏せよ。おやすみ。私の守りたやすく貫けるとは思わないことね。芸術の力を味わいな。できないことはない。いつも通りで。ひれ伏せよ。キャプテンポンフェイにできないことはない。私が
What if I told you you can build this tiny gaming PC for only $900? Even with today's current RAM crisis, there is a way to do it. You'll be able to build a PC this small and still be able to fit a full-length GPU. It'll be compact enough to fit on any desk setup. A PC so small, you can even fit it into a backpack for portability. And it won't be compromised on performance, meaning low noise, temperatures and high FPS. If that sounds good, then this PC build could be for you. I will include links to everything in the video description below. Just a heads up though, prices in the links may change, as prices for M.2 drives have slowly been going up, and rumours of GPU prices going up are soon to follow, so be sure to check my links for the latest prices. Build cost actually starts with what RAM we decide to use. As you know, RAM prices are at an all-time high, but the RAM everyone should be getting, if the purpose of the PC is mainly for gaming, then it would be 16GB of RAM. That's right, you heard me, 16GB of RAM. And to keep costs down, it'll be DDR4 RAM too. You're probably thinking, what the heck, that crap is ancient. And yes, DDR5 does perform better, but when it comes to gaming, the performance differences are only between 3 to 15% better than DDR4, depending on the games you play. But for the current prices on DDR5 versus the performance difference to DDR4, it's absolutely not worth it. So DDR4 for the comeback and for the win. I'll show you how well this PC performs whilst gaming in 1080p, 1440p and even 4K, and you might be pleasantly surprised with its performance given its size. So we'll start with a choice of PC, it's so satisfying too. I would recommend 2TB depending on how many games. It's best to get or new on Amazon, and you can go as low as 450 watts. I recommend connecting the power cables before installing a PSU, as it will be tight to do so when the power supply those open whilst gaming would require more RAM like 32GB, but 16GB for the purpose of just gaming in this build, 8GB or the RX 9060 XT 16GB. A lot of people complain about the 5060 having only 8GB of VRAM, that it's not enough to run games in high detail and resolutions. And yes, that is true, but not for all games. It does depend on what games you play, as some games rely heavily on VRAM. And in a lot of situations, you can turn down the details to lower the VRAM usage. And most of the times the games still don't require to be great for a build like this, as you would be saving around $140 or more. I will be using a 9060 XT with 16GB.
forgot what kind I got. Oh hey, this one. Did I win? I think I won.
Hello, this is Robert from Windy Corner TV. I recently built myself a small form factor computer, so I thought it might be fun to walk you guys through the build and show some video game benchmarks. First, let's make the 3DO better than any stock cooler because I'm a cheapskate and it just fits in the case with only 1mm of clearance. The GPU is the low profile Gigabyte GTX 1050 Ti with 4GB of VRAM and is the most powerful low-profile GPU on the market. For the memory, I used two 8GB sticks across the dimensions, and no, it was not cheap. Next up is the hard drive, which is a 2.5-inch. Showing all of this is the Corsair, which is these things and it finds Sleeping Dog 50,000 feet to solid 100% and 5 and perfect. Now that the computer is done, the first thing I'm going to install is a case where cable management is more challenging. Now that the computer
How good is GTX 1050T? Its low thermal design power of around 75W and lack of need for an external power connector make it suitable for low power or office systems needing some gaming or GPU acceleration. It can still handle older titles, esports games, and less demanding indie games. How good is GTX 1050T? Its low thermal design power of around 75W and lack of
This one. That's my display port. Display port 1.4. Max resolution 8K. Requirements 300 watts of later. Okay.
私のコレクションになりなさい。もっと沈め。これは命の子守歌よ。これこそこの私にふさわしい乾杯だわ。じゃじゃーん。もっとピンチを作らないと。さて、
Aha.
私のコレクションになりなさい。沈め。命の子守歌よ。
The anime, whatever.
じゃじゃーん。再生のスピードが追いつかなくなるわね。子守歌よ。私のコレクションになりなさい。これは沈め。さて、ご退場願おうか。私のコレクションになりなさい。これは命の子守。
Gone are the days when you had to try plugging in your USB cable 3 times before the port officially accepted it. And we were all...
The next one, we can get a USB-C to DisplayPort cable, or you can get a DisplayPort female to a USB-C male adapter or / dongle. Keep in mind that you cannot just buy any cable or adapter and expect it to work. Most of these cables and adapters are only designed to connect your laptop equipped with a USB-C to a monitor that has a DisplayPort on the back, but you cannot send the signal in the other way. These dongles are only capable of sending signals in one direction only, so we need to buy a bi-directional cable or a dongle that can send signals in both ways. There are certain bi-directional cables and adapters that I've linked down below. Now again, this is not a perfect solution as you won't be getting the resolution above 4K and some other features of the monitor that won't work. Like here I have a webcam, inbuilt speakers and USB-C ports on the back for connecting peripherals. So we also need to find a way to add USB data to this USB-C display output. Luckily there is one device that can help us in this situation. You might have heard of Wacom. They make pen tablets for digital art and all that. They have a series called Cintiq, which are pen tablets with integrated screens, and you can interact directly with the help of a pen. And to connect to that, you have either HDMI DisplayPort or you have the option to connect through USB-C. So to use the USB-C port on this tablet, they provide a device called Wacom Link Plus. This can take DisplayPort or HDMI signal and USB data from your computer and convert it into a single USB-C connection. And this is exactly what we need to make our monitor work. Something that can take
Instead of a gaming laptop, I built a PC the size of my hand. The build was great, video on that just came out, but how were the peripherals that I bought? The monitor was super important, and I'm not gonna lie, I kinda splurged on this one. This is a UPerfect 3K 2880 by 1800 OLED portable monitor. That's 1800p, which isn't fake news, but however, there is some other fake news with it. The Amazon listing clearly says 120 Hz in the title, which is plenty for my little RTX 5050, but you gotta read further because if you're using the native resolution, it's actually only 100 Hz. Not a fan when companies do that, but 100 Hz is already pushing my 5050 enough, so it was okay. I also brought this Endgame Gear OP1 Wii. Honestly, this was the strongest peripheral in the group because this was so accurate and felt great. The keyboard I brought specifically because it folds up, so it was literally made for traveling like this. But I'm not gonna lie, the switches on that keyboard, it sounded so bad, I don't think I'm ever gonna use it again. Overall, I definitely enjoyed playing games like Helldivers 2 and even Borderlands 4 ran well on this, but I will 100% be bringing a gaming laptop next time. Instead of a gaming laptop, I built a PC the size of my hand. The build was great, video on that just came out, but how were the peripherals that I bought? The monitor was super important, and I'm not gonna lie, I kinda splurged on this one. This is a UPerfect 3K 2880 by 1800 OLED portable monitor. That's 1800p, which isn't fake news, but however, there is some other fake news with it. The Amazon listing clearly says 120 Hz in its title, which is plenty for my little RTX 5050, but you gotta read further.
You need to have this portable monitor.
The super clock version. It's 4,000 right now.
トニングライトニングおやすみさまよえる獣よ芸術の力を味わいなよーく見といてね航空機材準備よし悪役攻撃開始ご退場お願いしますね頑張ってねよーく見といてねライトニング芸術の力を味わいなおやすみさまよえる獣よ出撃の準備はもっとピンチを作らないとこれは命のこもりもっとピンチを作らないと私のコレクションになりなさいもっとピンチを作らないと沈めこれこそこの私にふさわしい感じを作らないと
What's everyone, Tao here, and welcome to my video. In today's video, I'm going to do a very quick unboxing of the EVGA GTX 1050 Ti SC. First off, let's see what's inside the box.
私のコレクションになりなさいこれは命の子守歌よ再生のスピードが追いつかなくなるわねこれはじゃじゃーん命の子守歌よ5本持って私のコレクションになりなさい私のコレクションになりなさいご退場願おうかこれは命じゃじゃ私のコレクションになりなさい
In this video, we're going to be building a relatively inexpensive, small form factor gaming PC that's capable of playing new AAA games at 1440p, and even some of the stuff that came out in the last couple years can do up to 4K. And I say relatively inexpensive because by the end of this, we're going to get out cheaper than a new Nintendo Switch 2 with a few games, or even the Xbox Series X or PS5 with some games added on top. So if you've already got a large PC game library, this might make sense. In this video, we're going to go over everything as we build it. I'll also mention some alternative parts that you can use to bring the cost down just a bit. But before we get into it, I do want to mention that this video is sponsored by URC Keys. I've been using this site for quite some time now. They offer Steam keys, Uplay, Ubisoft, but the main thing I pick up over here are Windows 11 Pro keys. And right now, if you use code ETA, you can get 25% off. So at checkout, we'll just enter the code ETA. That's going to bring the price down to $22.88. They're going to email you that key, and then you can activate Windows. Speaking of that, let's head over to a new PC that I recently built. As you can see, we're running Windows 11, and from Settings, we're going to go to Activation Settings. It's going to tell us that we're not active. We don't have a key installed, so we're just going to paste it right in here, choose Next. It's going to activate Windows for us, and we're ready to go. If you're in need of cheap Windows keys, I'll leave a link in the description, and remember, you can use code ETA for 25% off. Getting right into it here, starting out with the motherboard, and what I've got here is an Asus Prime Micro ATX. I was originally going to go Mini ITX. I bought this one on eBay, but unfortunately it didn't come with the backplate, and it's my fault, I didn't read the description. I already had this, and in most cases, you can get a Micro ATX cheaper than Mini ITX, especially on the secondhand market. And luckily, the case we're going to be using here does support this form factor. It's a B550 chipset, so AM4 isn't dead, especially for these lower cost builds. And for the CPU, or APU rather, I opted to use the 5700G. Might sound a bit odd, but these are around $106 over on eBay right now. And usually we go with something like a 5600 or a 5600X, and that's because the price on these has been a little more than those. With this, we get 8 cores and 16 threads as opposed to the 5600 6 cores and 12 threads. And in most cases, this does outpace the 5600X. Aftermarket AM4 coolers are pretty cheap, but I'm actually going to be using the Wraith Spire. This is the LED version, so we've got a red LED around it and the AMD logo lights up. It's got a copper slug, and it's much larger than the Wraith cooler. But since that 5700G was secondhand, they didn't send a cooler over with it, so I'm going to be using this. But again, over on Amazon, you can pick up a really cheap aftermarket cooler. When it comes to RAM, we need DDR4, and I've been using this RAM for quite some time. It's Team Force Vulcan Z. It's around $26 over on Amazon for 16 gigs. But I picked up 2 packs, so we're going to bring this up to 32. Recently, they had a sale, and it was sitting at around $23. It's kind of hard to beat 32 gigs of RAM for around $46. Even though it's DDR4 running it up to 3200, we're going to have more than enough with this system. And it does kind of match up with this motherboard. It actually looks pretty good. Storage is going to come down to personal preference, but with games being so large, I would suggest at least a 1TB drive. I've got a 2TB drive here, and you could always go with a smaller M.2 and then run SATA drives for your games. You could probably get out cheaper with a lot more storage that way. Okay, so we've got the motherboard put together. I also added a small aluminum heatsink for that M.2 drive. They're really cheap. Links are in the description. When it comes to the case, I love my small form factor cheap cases that you can get on Amazon, and every other week there's a new case on the market. This is very similar to one that we took a look at in the past, but that version only came in black. And this does come with a handle, so it's a pretty small form factor case. I mean, it's not a tiny case, but with something like this, we can fit a much larger GPU. And of course, we've got a micro ATX board that's going to fit right down in here. Mini ITX or micro ATX, and again, a much larger GPU. And when it comes to like a small form factor GPU, people are charging crazy amounts for them when you consider what kind of performance they put out. So I would suggest something like this because you will have more GPU options. When it comes to powering this rig, I would suggest a modular SFX, so it's going to be much cleaner. But going SFX and modular can get a bit expensive. So to save some money, you can go with a non-modular ATX power supply. This case supports both SFX or ATX. Non-modular means you will need some zip ties to clean everything up, but the one that I opted to use is the Thermaltake Smart BX1 550 watt. So I've got the motherboard installed, we've mounted up the power supply. Last thing we need to talk about here are GPUs. Now, there's a lot of options out there, especially for a case like this. If you want to go all AMD and get out real cheap, I would suggest something like the RX 6600 non-XT. You can get them on eBay for around $160. If you want to go NVIDIA, an RTX 4060 used on eBay would also be a great option for something like this. But I wanted to go all AMD because I do want to run SteamOS on this after we check out Windows performance. And one card that's been popping up on my radar recently, at least my used radar, was the RX 7600 XT. So this thing does have 16 gigs of VRAM. And prices on these things do fluctuate, so for the most part, they're not much cheaper than a brand new Radeon RX 960. Anywhere $350 up to $380, and this is going to be a bulk of the cost for this build here. If you're going to go with that lower end RX 6600, then you're going to save around $200 here. But I'm going to be going with that RX 9060 XT because I do know that this thing is a great performer, and we might lose a little pairing it up with the older 5700G, but we're still going to have a really awesome 1440p machine here. I did have to reroute the power supply cables because the card that I'm using here is a bit longer. In fact, it's the Asus TUF Gaming RX 9060 XT Overclock Edition with 16 gigs of VRAM. But overall, I think the build turned out really nicely. Let's go ahead and boot this thing up for the first time. And one thing I actually did notice was we do have USB Type-C up front on this cheaper case. As you can see, a little bit of RGB on the card. And with that Wraith Spire, we get that lit up AMD logo and the red LED all the way around. I'm going to be running Windows 11 Pro on this machine. I do need to get some drivers installed, and then we'll jump right over there. So far, so good. Everything's been working really well here. As you can see, we've got that AMD Ryzen 5700G, 8 cores, 16 threads. We took it up to 32 gigs of RAM here, running at 3200 megahertz. And of course, the main claim to fame here, the thing that's really going to get some gaming going on this, is that AMD Radeon RX 9060 XT. And there's one thing I always like to do with these cards. It's just really basic here. You could use Afterburner to get this done, but I'm going to be using GPU Tweak 3. And with this, I'm not going to take the core clock up or the memory clock. We're basically just going to up that power limit by 10%. And in turn, this thing will reach those maximum clocks. So this does have a boost clock of 3,340, at least for the overclock edition that we have here. And just taking that power limit up will allow us to get there pretty easily. Okay, so I was pretty excited to show you some gameplay on this thing, and we will move over to my game capture after this one. But what we've got is Spider-Man 2, 1440p, very high, and FSR is set to quality. If you don't want to use any kind of scaling, you could drop this down to high, 1440, with no FSR, and see around the same kind of performance that we're seeing here. But this game still gives us some issues, and it's been a little while now. They put out some updates that broke a few things, and we still get a couple dips here and there. But for the most part, using the settings that we have here, we're seeing an average of around 83 FPS. The next thing I wanted to do is give you a look at a few benchmarks that I ran on this thing, and then we'll jump right back into some gaming. Geekbench 6, single core 1,863, multi 8,698. So this isn't going to win any CPU rewards. Again, we've got that 5,000 series. In fact, it is a lower end version because it's the 5700G, it's not the X or the X3D, but still not bad for what we have here. Checking out some GPU benchmarks with 3D Mark, we've got Steel Nomad, 3,868. FPS with this one was 38.69, nice. And finally, Time Spy coming in with a 15,088. Getting back into some more gameplay, we've got Cyberpunk 2077 at 1440p using the Ultra preset, which does enable FSR here. And with FSR off, again, just like we saw with Spider-Man, we need to kind of drop this down to high if you don't want to use that scaling and see the same kind of frame rate. But I don't mind using it. It still looks great just like it is, especially at this higher resolution. And we're seeing an average of around 82 FPS with this setup. Now, using this card with a much more powerful CPU, it's up in the 90s on average with these same settings, so it doesn't seem like we're holding this thing back so bad with that 5700G. The next one I wanted to test was Marvel Rivals, 1440p Ultra with FSR set to quality. I was hoping to get a little more out of it. I mean, it's still really playable, around 85 FPS on average during battle, and you could definitely get by playing this all day like it is. But it would be nice to be up to 120 with this setup. And with all of the games we're taking a look at, we're not going to be using frame generation. Keep in mind, I mean, we can enable it with most new games and almost double our frame rate. At the beginning of the video, I mentioned that with some games, you'll be able to do 4K on the 9060 XT, and Forza Horizon 5 is one of those games. I do want to show you here because we are at a true 4K resolution. I'm not using XeSS, FSR, or Fidelity CAS. Move down, you can see no scaling, and we're using the Extreme preset. So we're maxed out here with Forza Horizon 5 at 4K on this setup, getting around 90 FPS on average, and I completely understand this is a very well optimized game. I mean, it runs on a lot of different systems, but to be able to take this up all the way at 4K, pretty awesome. And finally, Doom the Dark Ages. Afterburner, top left-hand corner. We've also got the in-game metrics up in the right-hand corner. You can see we're at 1440 on this system. FSR set to quality, over 90 FPS on average. And I wasn't sure how this game was going to perform with the CPU paired up with that 9060 XT. It's been a bit hit or miss on a lot of different systems, but overall, this is a great experience. Given what we have here, not a bad little system, and I do think it's a pretty sleek looking little case too. The case itself is only around 40 bucks, which isn't too bad. I mean, there's not a lot to it, but we do get that tempered glass on the side. And if you wanted to get out cheaper, again, you could go with less RAM, less storage, and a lower end GPU. Still see some great 1080p performance with the RX 6600. But it's possible to build something like this with a combination of used parts and new parts. And if this was the only gaming PC that I had, I'd be perfectly happy with it. If you're interested in putting something like this together, I will leave links in the description. And again, I went all AMD because we're going to be installing SteamOS on this. Keep an eye out on the channel.
Alright, what's going on? So I got this Warkey DisplayPort cable to USB-C. So this is the DP in plug. This is going to go into this old monitor, and this USB-C side is going to go into my Mac Mini. So I just got this cable. Really what I'm going to answer in this video is, does this thing do the job? So this is one of those nice high quality textured cables. I've got a ton of these like this. Right there is our DisplayPort or DP input. Here's what the wire looks like. Let's plug it on in. Alright, good to go. And then let's put the USB-C into my Mac Mini and see if this thing works. Boom, okay. Alright, so I think I gotta adjust some settings here because the thing is sideways, but there we go. Clearly the cable does what it needs to do. I got 2 monitors now. Beautiful, perfect. The cable works.
Punishment time! This enormous pile of to-be-tested DisplayPort cables comes from all the most popular brands. Amazon Basics, Monoprice, Best Buy, and more. We bought 3 of each at various lengths for the most popular models to give us multiple data points, and we are going to be painstakingly running all of them through our total phase cable tester to see who has the good stuff and who has the crude stuff. I know our sponsor Build Redux has the good stuff. They create PCs for gamers who want to win and who want high frame rates without breaking the bank. They're backed by a 2-year parts and labor warranty, so you're covered, and you can click the link in the video description to start creating your PC today. Okay, I lied a bit. The cables have already been tested at their rated speed, and if they passed, we pushed them even further to see who is under-promising and over-delivering. We did over 100 runs in total and ended up with this masterpiece of a spreadsheet. Proud of this one, aren't you? Nerd. Now, why are we testing DisplayPort? Partly because we already tested HDMI and got a lot of requests to follow up with DisplayPort. But the other half is that people like me and Wendell over at Level 1 Techs, who apparently actually went out and bought one of these cable testers after our last video, have had a lot of issues with DisplayPort over the years, from intermittent signaling issues to outright dead cables. And I think it's about time I figure out why. Each cable went through our total phase cable tester at the spec that it's rated for. Now there are a total of 8 versions of DisplayPort, 2 of which are minor A revisions that don't change much, so we'll acknowledge that they exist and move along, and even some of the numbered ones we didn't have to do much with. DisplayPort versions 1.0 and 1.1 are relatively ancient, so that's part of why we're not testing any of those cables here, but the real reason is that they weren't widely adopted, so most cables are rated for at least DisplayPort 1.2. And it's the same story for DisplayPort 1.3. It was superseded by 1.4 almost immediately, which carries the same bandwidth, but added support for display stream compression 1.2, forward error correction, and HDR10 metadata. That leaves us with really 3 DisplayPorts that matter: 1.2, 1.4, and the upcoming 2.0 spec. In consumer terms, the biggest difference between these 3 is that each one is rated for a different maximum bandwidth. The higher the number, the faster it can go. Now there are multiple ways to hit that limit. You could crank the resolution, you could crank the refresh rate, you could crank the color depth, or realistically, some combination of those 3. And then you just won't be able to go any higher unless you enable display stream compression. We could talk a little bit more about that later. Now, here are the manufacturers we're talking about today. You'll be familiar with many of these from our HDMI cable testing video, where we covered some things in more depth that we're gonna gloss over a little bit today, like how digital signaling works. We're gonna have a card on the end screen if you're playing catch up. Now here are our tests. We have 3 groupings. Tab 1 in yellow are the cables that we're testing in triplicate to eliminate flukes. These are the most popular ones we're expecting most of you to actually buy. Tab 2 in orange are single samples of 9 of the top 10 cables on Amazon. And finally, tab 3 in blue are cables that we sampled from around the office, including bundled cables from monitors made by Aorus, Samsung, and Asus ROG. All right, Colin, show us what's behind tab number 1. Every single one passed. That's not what I was expecting. So every single brand new cable that we purchased specifically for this video passed at its rated spec, which I didn't see coming, but the science behind it kind of makes sense. Here's the thing. The inside of a DisplayPort cable is actually very similar to the inside of an HDMI cable, with only 1 more conductor for a total of 20 versus 19. Both of them have 4 shielded twisted pairs of conductors. You could think of them kind of like the sides of this lanyard. But in HDMI, only 3 of them carry data, with a 4th, kind of skinnier one that just is reserved for clock pulses. DisplayPort takes advantage here by using all 4 shielded pairs to transmit data. You know what, this isn't working. Let's just do a different visual. New colors of lanyards on lttstore.com. This allows each pair to run at a lower frequency while maintaining overall transmission parity with HDMI. So with 12 of the 20 conductors used for the signal plus, signal minus, and ground connections, that leaves 8 other conductors that are used to run a configuration channel, an auxiliary channel, and a power connection. The power connection actually goes unused in common cables though, and is reserved for use in devices with integrated DisplayPort cables. And having these wires connected can actually cause a short circuit condition that was a problem in the past, particularly with cheap mini DisplayPort cables. Fun fact, by the way, those locking tabs on the end are not actually part of the official DisplayPort specification. They are nice to have though. Now, with respect to our results, we can gather that this reduction in signaling frequency is contributing to better signal integrity, leading to DisplayPort cables being more consistent than what we saw with HDMI. So if you're buying a brand new cable today, cheap is probably cheerful, and Infinite Cables once again topped our list for the lowest cost per foot, followed by Amazon Basics and Monoprice. But we're not done yet. Inside the dense document that is the DisplayPort standard, there exists a set of definitions for transmission modes. These are the bit rates that DisplayPort can transmit data at. We're not talking about resolutions per se, but rather the speed at which the cable operates, full stop. DisplayPort 1.4, for example, is compatible with 4 different transmission modes: RBR, HBR, HBR2, and HBR3, which peaks at 8.1 gigabits per second per lane. That means with 4 lanes, DisplayPort 1.4's peak bandwidth is 32.4 gigabits per second. That is significantly less than the 48 gigabit per second maximum of HDMI 2.1. I am not calling it that. To get around this, some applications of DisplayPort have implemented more than the usual 4 lanes. Apple famously created a custom 8-lane DisplayPort 1.2 interface to drive the first 5K iMac, and Thunderbolt can also have up to 8 lanes, allowing it to carry 2 display signals over a single cable. The long-term solution, however, is DisplayPort 2.0, which can run in 3 new modes named according to their per-lane bitrate. Now, we'll talk about why that matters shortly, but first, let's take a look at our next tab, Amazon's bestsellers. How'd they do?
All passed.
Every single one passed again?
Again.
Now that's crazy. Every single one of them not only met the current spec that they were rated for, but even met the next-gen UHBR 10 spec. Wild. Now, they're not an amazing deal cost-wise, but at least they're easy to order, I guess. And they helped us confirm an interesting pattern, or so we thought. One of the insidious ways that a bad DisplayPort cable can get ya is by working, but not working at the correct link speed. That's actually a feature, not a bug. DisplayPort is fully backwards compatible, so every time you plug in, the devices go through a sort of handshake process called link training, which determines the speed that they can operate at without errors. And even if the devices are both capable of a greater speed, let's say DisplayPort 1.4, a bad cable could drag them back to a slower link speed, let's say DisplayPort 1.2. And this can be really hard to diagnose because the links can be renegotiated on the fly, meaning that they might work fine for a bit, then drop down, only to jump back into action again. And we ran into just such a cable in tab number 3, where we grabbed some longer DisplayPort cables that we've purchased over the years, as well as a handful of cables that were included with monitors. I knew it. I knew it. I've had so many issues with those 25-foot monoprice cables that we bought in bulk like ages ago. But on this one of the 4 pairs managed a continuity check, so it is connected, but failed on signal, which is the worst kind of fail. I'm going to enjoy cutting that cable up.
Oh my god, that nearly hit the lens.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
We also had one of Samsung's bundled cables fail out right here. Continuity means that the conductors are just not conducting. Now, we didn't have enough of those kicking around that we could just positively identify as Samsung bundled cables, so we couldn't draw a clear conclusion. Other than that, the one included with your monitor might not be the best quality, but pretty much any reputable brand cable off the shelf should be okay, even if you're a forward-thinking consumer who might want to get the most out of Intel's upcoming Arc Alchemist GPUs, which are confirmed to have DisplayPort 2.0. Thanks to Samsung for sponsoring today's video. Samsung has something new for you, the Freestyle. It's a point-and-play projector with a compact design and adjustable 180-degree cradle stand. You don't need to worry about fiddling with a focus wheel or rearranging your projector because the auto-sensing feature will intuitively correct skewed and blurry images for you. If you're on the go, the Freestyle has a 360-degree speaker and a 5-watt woofer for powerful, all-around sound, and you can power it with an external battery so it works no matter where you are. It uses Samsung's built-in smart TV experience that features Samsung TV Plus, various streaming platforms, and more, while also allowing you to use Bixby or Amazon Alexa so that you can go hands-free. It offers full HD resolution and the ability to project an image between 30 and 100 inches, allowing you to use it in a small space, or you can go all out and create an at-home theater experience. So take your theater with you wherever you go with the Freestyle. You can learn more about Samsung's The Freestyle and get a free carrying case if you pre-order before February 10th using the link down below. If you guys enjoyed this video, go check out the HDMI cable testing video where we got into a little bit more depth about what some of the charts that you guys might be looking at here mean, and yeah, see like the eye diagrams and stuff, and why a narrow eye is a bad eye. Listen, I'm not saying that I'm some kind of computer guru or a voice of judgment, but I will be judging, using my voice to, it doesn't matter. The point is, your favorite celebrities and creators have a dirty secret. This is absolutely disgusting. My God. This is a pro gaming setup?
Dead fly there?
Ooh, that's right. They're hiding PC setups that are so janky and disgusting that even Luke would be ashamed.
That's impressive.
On this trip to the LTT Rotisserie, we are gonna be roasting the nastiest, least classiest setups from your favorite YouTubers, celebrities, and streamers. And by the time we're done, I am not gonna be on anyone's Christmas lists.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think you are right now.
Except the Christmas list of our sponsor, Build Redux. Don't worry about screwing up your build. Let Build Redux do the screwing for you. As in, putting in the screws, like screwing together. Anyway, the point is you can get your dream machine shipped right to your doorstep by checking out Build Redux at the link down below. Why don't we kick things off with Ammunition, a Twitch streamer who in person told me that she learned how to build a PC from me.
I actually can't believe it's gonna be that bad. I suspect this one's gonna be pretty good. Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
That is sick.
Too much.
But I'm assuming that's because of separation between her gaming computer and a streaming computer.
Yeah, and Wendell has a KVM that I think would be perfect for a setup like this. You could just have your keyboard, mouse, and display plugged in to both computers at once. A little bit of roasting does have to happen here. Do you really need a gaming grade keyboard for your stream PC?
I'm suspecting, especially because the mice look really similar, it might just be her previous set, which is fairly valid.
Got the UPS though. Taking care of your stuff.
Good call. It's also a good one.
I like it, Ann.
Didn't skimp on the UPS.
Yep. Got the display set up for the mechanical keyboards. I'm pretty sure that's IKEA.
I thought these were supposed to be bad though.
We started with someone who learned from me.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Now let's go to someone who didn't learn from me, but did take a computer that was built by me. Oh my God.
I think the pixels helped.
The salt shaker.
Is it because he's really salty?
What is with these potato quality pictures people send? I thought these are professional content.
I think he's waving, but you like can't even tell because it's so pixelated.
This is some crap cable management.
There's even like an unplugged power cable just hanging there.
Unplugged USB cable right here.
That might make sense, maybe.
Oh my God.
We saw that at the same time.
I mean, this is what happens when you're socialist and you give away all your money. I just can't think of another reason to use a clamp as a speaker stand. Also, most people will angle their speakers up toward their ear.
You angle it the other way.
You're angling it to fire into the table, my brother. Ah, there's the computer, the left-leaning piece. Hey, what's this other computer? Have you replaced the computer I gave you already? There's nothing even plugged into it.
Yeah. Linus made my PC, but he's not using it.
Yeah, but he doesn't even plug it in, doesn't even pretend to be using it. Founder of One True King here.
Whoa.
That does look pretty good.
That looks very...
Wait.
Oh, whoa.
I thought you said the rat's nest was only visible on the one side there, but...
Whoa, dude. He's working here, you know?
Yeah, this is hyper functional.
UPS though, oh, nice. He's, could still be for work. You don't know.
I happen to be a shoe enthusiast. We've got the green screen right here, just in case you need a green screen. That is a completely unacceptable amount of mousing space.
Oh yeah, you could put that mixer somewhere else.
What do you need ammonia wipes at your desk for?
That I genuinely don't know. Whoa.
I don't think the 2 thumbs up belongs in this picture.
And the cable mess is quite the mess, but this is also a production area, so I'll give him a little bit of credit for that. Does it go under?
Yeah, I
is
think
the green screen raised?
I think it goes under the green screen, which is more of a green mat on the floor. Shout out UPS though.
Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling Hank Green next. It's classy.
If you take the plants away and the production equipment, this is exactly what I would expect from like a middle-aged dad. Including the printer.
Love to see it. Got that one page on there ready to go in case you need one document, or more likely because your kid stole all the other printer paper. I don't see the computer.
Is it just the iMac?
Oh.
Did they just take the stand off and
It's
mount
an
it?
iMac.
Yeah. You might need to pick some things up off the floor.
Is this acoustic treatment on the bottom of these shelves? I don't think that was the most effective way to do that, sir, but you are rocking this chandelier.
And the woodwork is really cool. Like those walls and the shelving units are really cool.
Yeah, who would use Apple's included mouse?
I agree
Man,
with that.
that thing sucks.
It looks like he might need a bigger desk pad.
Yeah, Hank, if you need a new mouse pad, just let me know.
Yeah.
We got you covered, okay?
Yeah. Let's do baby no.
Punishment time! This enormous pile of to-be-tested DisplayPort cables comes from all the most popular brands. Amazon Basics, Monoprice, Best Buy, and more. We bought 3 of each at various lengths for the most popular models to give us multiple data points, and we are going to be painstakingly running all of them through our total phase cable tester to see who has the good stuff and
What's happened? I think I unrevolted my PC. No, just round. CPU's fine. It's my CPU getting bottleneck. This.
Modern electronics demand simplicity. One cable for everything. Power, data, video. That's where USB Type-C alternate mode comes in. It allows a single USB-C connector to carry non-USB protocols like DisplayPort, HDMI, or Thunderbolt, delivering power, high-speed data, and 4K video all through one reversible plug. Here's how it works. When a USB-C cable is connected, the configuration channel detects orientation, identifies the device type, and negotiates support for DisplayPort alternate mode. Once confirmed, the connector dynamically reassigns its high-speed lanes to carry DisplayPort signals, while power delivery and USB 2.0 data remain active. But not all cables are equal. Only full-featured USB-C cables with micro-coax or twin-ax conductors can reliably handle power, USB 3.x, and alt mode video together. DisplayPort alt mode gives engineers a compact, efficient way to connect high-resolution displays, transfer data, and power devices simultaneously. It reduces wiring, simplifies testing, and supports demanding standards, from 4K and 8K video to dual display setups. At Midas Electronics, we help engineers and OEMs master USB-C and DisplayPort alt mode. From design consultation and custom cable solutions to compliance testing and training. USB-C isn't just a connector, it's a universal link between performance and simplicity. And Midas Electronics is here to help you make it work.
Look, I get it. Displays, they're the one thing that actually gets less expensive these days, but that doesn't mean that you need to keep buying more of them.
Stop! Stop! Go back! Dude, I'm getting mad now. What?
This is wild. This is a station.
But some folks clearly.
Modern electronics demand simplicity. One cable for everything. Power, data, video. That's where USB Type-C alternate mode comes in. It allows a single USB-C connector to carry non-USB protocols like DisplayPort, HDMI, or Thunderbolt, delivering power, high-speed data, and 4K video all through one reversible plug. Here's how it works. When a USB-C cable is connected, the configuration channel detects orientation, identifies the device type, and negotiates support for DisplayPort alternate mode. Once confirmed, the connector dynamically reassigns its high-speed lanes to carry DisplayPort signals, while power delivery and USB 2.0 data remain active. But not all cables are equal. Only full-featured USB-C cables with micro-coax or twin-ax conductors can reliably handle power, USB 3.x, and alt mode video together. DisplayPort alt mode gives engineers a compact, efficient way to connect high-resolution displays, transfer data, and power devices simultaneously. It reduces wiring, simplifies testing, and supports demanding standards, from 4K and 8K video to dual display setups. At Midas Electronics, we help engineers and OEMs master USB-C and DisplayPort alt mode, from design consultation and custom cable solutions to compliance testing and training. USB-C isn't just a connector, it's a universal link between performance and simplicity, and Midas Electronics is here to help you make it work.
Thanks to Capital One Shopping for sponsoring a portion of this video. We just built a $69 gaming PC that is so blazing fast that it can play everything from CSGO to Elden Ring, sort of. All it took was an eBay workstation with a funny name and a lucky GPU score from our friend Dude Guy Everyman on Craigslist. But what if we could give this budget beauty another boost? What new feats of potency could it reach for $169, $269, or even $420? Spoiler alert, it's gonna get really fast and you're gonna get really surprised. What isn't gonna surprise you is our sponsor, Capital One Shopping. Thanks Capital One Shopping for sponsoring this portion of the video. Capital One Shopping is a free browser extension designed to help you save money by instantly applying coupon codes to get you a better price. Learn more about Capital One Shopping later on in the video. Thanks to Capital One Shopping for sponsoring that portion of the video. What makes a gaming PC a gaming PC? Well, it's the GPU, obviously, right? And, I mean, sure, our $30 GTX 760 here will not be outdone in the bang for the buck department. And yes, it can technically play just about any game, even Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. But if we want to do better than 720p at the lowest possible settings, this guy is going to be the first to go once our lawnmower business starts paying dividends. Let's look at our contenders then. At minimum, we want 4 gigs of frame buffer memory, or VRAM, and we've got $100 to spend before we hit our next price tier. That gives us options like the 1660, 1650 Super, 1060, and 970. We ended up going with a GTX 1060, simply because Back when we prepared this video, RX 580 prices hadn't yet been annihilated by the Ethereum merge, so I guess I wasted $100 on this thing, and I'm gonna go grab a Radeon RX 580 from the shelf, and you should too. We went with this dual OC model from ASUS, but realistically, you could go with just about any RX 580, as long as it's not one like this, where it's got both an 8-pin and a 6-pin power connector, because our power supply only has a single extra Molex, and while it does have extra SATAs, and you can get adapters like this to use a card like this one, I would not recommend this. For minimal risk of fire then, stick with the dual 6-pin to 8-pin adapter and a single 8-pin RX 580, or failing that, you could go with a 570, a 480 or 470, or even a 1060 like we had spec'd out initially. Toolless installation, and that's it. Let's play some games. This, my friends, is why we wanted 4 gigs of frame buffer. We're at 1080p high, which in Doom Eternal is basically like medium. We gaming, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, okay, it's not pinned at 60 FPS, but this is absolutely playable. Any dying that you see happening here is because of my lack of skill, not because the game is not running well enough. Okay, let's go again. Where's the bad guys at? I'm only on the first level. It did the wrong guy! Ah! This is definitely playable. And it doesn't even look, it's not like, oh yeah, we turned the details way down. It looks like absolute hot garbage. This looks fine. I think this is really impressive. But don't take my word for it. Look at these performance graphs. I mean, yeah, we're spending nearly 3 times as much on the machine compared to where we started. But there are also cases where we're getting nearly 3 times the performance. That is great value for the dollar. But we are not done. No. I mean, what is the point of rocking a brand new, to us, GPU if it's gonna get bottlenecked by our weak CPU? The bad news is the locked down BIOS on our Z420 workstation does not support the next generation of Intel Xeon chips, codenamed Ivy Bridge. The good news, though, is that many other boards from that era did support such upgrades, so cast-off Sandy Bridge chips, even really high-end ones, are cheap and plentiful. The most powerful CPU supported by our motherboard, then, is the E5-2687W. In single-threaded tasks, it might not be much more powerful than our existing E5-1620, but it has double the number of cores, double the number of threads, and costs a mere $30 on eBay, with many of the listings even covering shipping within the continental US. Score! Unfortunately, this CPU runs hot enough that HP figured it needed an all-in-one liquid cooler instead of this thing, so I guess we'll need to upgrade that too. Not to an AIO though. We've talked a fair bit about how water coolers are not always better than air coolers, and this wimpy thing is a prime example. Meanwhile, the Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo supports LGA 2011 and can be had for the very attractive price of about 20 Canadian pesos. So add about 15 real dollars to the cost of our CPU, another 5 to 10 for some thermal paste, and I'm expecting a pretty nice uplift for $50 here. What is up with this? This is a 5-pin fan connector. Oh man, I love HEDT. I love HEDT cooler installs. Take our fan, pop that on there, and now we just gotta plug. This is a 4-pin fan, industry standard. Remember on the motherboard we had that 5-pin fan header? Well, a quick Google search later, we find a post from user Silent Bogo on the Tech Power Up forums, who tells us that the motherboard header is actually a 4-pin fan header, but just with 2 ground connectors, one on either side of the active pins. So our workaround is to take a 4-pin fan splitter and use that to make it work. Conveniently, you can find these in 2 packs on Amazon for about $5. Here's a little tech tip for you. We're just gonna pop these pins out. Then we take our connectors in the exact same order, and we're gonna put them in on this side. All right, now we can take our standard fan, plug it into here, standard 4-pin connector, and we've ripped off our proprietary 5-pin connector, and we can plug that into the board. Yay! Really? Wait, what? Really, you guys? Now, you don't tell me what cooling I need. The bad news is that this is not the only ridiculous error that could have you pressing F1 every time you want to boot your computer. The good news is that every single one of these errors has a solution that is both inexpensive and can be executed with standard household tools. But to show you how many things can cause these sorts of problems, let's go ahead and shut the system back off and unplug some stuff. Let's unplug the RAM fan, front USB. Let's take out this one. Sure. And, whoop, sorry. Let's fire it back up. To be clear, it's kind of a cool feature, actually. It's just not the most convenient for, performing janky upgrades. So let's get everything restored to factory. The one we can't put back, though, is this one, which presumably is using that 5th pin to sense whether you have a water cooler or not. The really frustrating part of this is that if we had opted for the slightly less powerful E5-2690, we probably could have avoided this problem altogether. The 2690 is nearly identical to our W workstation chip in every way. It's even the same price on eBay. But its base clock is 200 megahertz slower, and therefore its TDP is only 120 watts instead of the 150 watt monster that we're rocking now. Thankfully, Silent Bogo chronicled their journey performing a case transplant on a similar Z620 workstation, and we were able to adapt some of their findings to help defeat the evil Lord HP BIOS. Let's walk through it, but first, let's walk through today's sponsor, Capital One Shopping. Thanks Capital One Shopping for sponsoring this portion of the video. Let's face it, buying and building a PC can be expensive, but Capital One Shopping can help you save some money on your next build. All you need to do is add Capital One Shopping to your browser, and it will start automatically searching for coupon codes and testing to make sure that they actually work. What's even better is that Capital One Shopping searches for a better price while you shop at your favorite retailers. If a better offer is found, a pop-up will appear letting you know the price, including tax and shipping details. You'll also earn Capital One Shopping rewards, which you can redeem for gift cards. You can check out Capital One Shopping today using our link in the description below and start saving money. Thanks to Capital One Shopping for sponsoring that portion of the video. Let's walk through it. Silent Bogo's post mentioned that pin 1 on the CPU fan might have been the sensor for a second fan. And looking at photos of the official water cooler, it certainly appears that that cable goes somewhere instead of just looping back to ground like it does on the stock cooler. Want to know why? Because in an air-cooled configuration, the system is only expecting 1 fan. So that extra pin, well, that goes to ground, no problem. But in a water-cooled configuration, it's expecting 2 fans. So for that reason, we actually need to jump that 5th pin to the tack pin, which is in the middle. We've already done the work. Sorry if the work is sort of mediocrely done, should probably be soldered, but this is good enough for us to show you guys that it will work. The one thing to be really careful of, guys, while you're jumpering pins between each other on a fan connector is please don't connect your ground to your 12 volt. That could start a fire. Yes, yes! Ignore this extra black lead that's hanging off of here. That was from one of the early experiments when we were still trying to figure this out. Oh my goodness. Still trying to figure this out. Ready? And with the CPU actually upgraded this time. Here it comes. Front chassis fan not detected. Oh crap. The good news is there's a quick and easy solution to this. Unfortunately, it costs $40. Why do they even need a special bracket for the fan? Just put mounting holes like everyone else. So we're not gonna buy that. What we are going to do is we're going to buy a 2-pack of those fan splitters we showed you guys before, which fortunately costs the same for some reason, and we're gonna make ourselves another little fix. By salvaging some fan connector pins from our work earlier, shorting pins 3 and 4 like this, which obviously will protect by putting something over top of them, and then shaving off this guide here with a pair of flush cutters, we are able to put, without installing another fan, which we don't have the bracket for, this on here, which should allow us, once and for all, to boot the freaking thing up. No F1. Here it is, the big moment. Woohoo! Nice! Okay, all I need to do is close up the... Are you kidding me? Thing looks like a bloody Tesla. It's the heat pipes from the cooler causing the problem. Thankfully though, there's a quick and easy solution. Speed holes. Off camera, we just put a little bit of like goop, like paint or something on the top of the heat pipes, then put it on so that it would mark the spots, and then we just... Parfait. Less parfait. Oh crap. Should have put some masking tape on. You know what? No. Let's see if we... These are not even close, dude. But wait, why did I even close this up? We're not even done with this stage of the upgrade yet. Ow. Currently, our system has 2 sticks of memory in it, which means that we're not making proper use of our Xeon processor's quad-channel memory controller. One way to fix this would be to try to match the RAM that's in there with 2 more sticks, but there can be a little bit of trial and error, especially on workstation and server boards, which tend to be a little bit pickier. So we took the easy path and grabbed 4 matching sticks of ECC DDR3 for about 30 bucks. That is less than $1 per gigabyte. Oh.
Whoa. Nice party check.
But wait, there's more. Depending how much you spent on your RAM upgrade, your budget for this could vary, but you should have anywhere between $15 and $30 left to spend on a 2.5 gig network card. That'll go a long way towards modernizing our system for our high-speed network transfers. We're using a card from TrendNet, which is technically out of our budget, but it was lying around in the warehouse. Well, we're connected at 2.5 gigabit per second, so that's good. But because of other system bottlenecks, we weren't able to crack around 800 megabit. So maybe we can address that later. But first, let's play around with our 269 gaming PC. Oh, here's our 8 cores and 16 threads, by the way. Pretty sick. Yeah, I don't know if I would say this is running meaningfully better. I think it's pretty clear from the FPS counter in the corner that we're not getting way higher frame rates than we were before. With our 8-core CPU, they are significantly more consistent. And that's a really good thing because it's making the game feel a lot more, smoother than the FPS counter would indicate. That's awesome. This is great. Our 99th percentile low frame times are equivalent to over 100 FPS. Man, you want to play some GTA 5? We don't have it cranked or anything, but the game is running pretty high. We're still pinned at like 120 FPS, which, yes, it's not the city, but like, damn. What's not to like here? This is enough performance for 1080p gaming in pretty much any game you'd want to play at $269. Absolutely amazing for the price, but I want more. More what? Well, as I alluded to before, I think we could have better storage in this system. Now that I can play so many games, 256 gigs isn't going to be enough to satisfy me. And while I could just sell off my precious GTX 760 and use my $23 to patiently wait for a 1 terabyte hard drive to show up somewhere, I want this PC to be better than that. The smart choice is probably a 512 gig or 1 terabyte 2.5-inch SSD like this. Something like an ADATA SU760 is going to give me a DRAM cached drive for only 50 bucks for 512 or $85 for a terabyte. But our next budget tier is $369, and this amount of spare cash has me not really thinking straight. Kind of wacky here. I'm thinking high-speed NVMe drive. I mean, yes, this computer predates NVMe drives, but I don't care. I'm flush with cash and throwing caution to the wind. Problem number 1 is that modern NVMe drives are almost exclusively available in the M.2 form factor, and our motherboard has no M.2 slot. But I've already kind of given away the solution here. You can get cards like this one from Angelbird that allow you to adapt a regular old PCI Express slot to an M.2 slot. And the reason that these are so inexpensive is because they're not actually really doing anything. See, here's all your power pins over here, and here's all your data pins over here, and they just go right there. We had this fancy looking one from Angelbird lying around, but there is no reason that you couldn't just use an off.
どうしようもない変態ね。炭酸水がこぼれた報告書は多分アイロンを。おっと、やる気いっぱい。いい暇つぶしになりますね。王の前にひさまずきなさい。ジャベリンの活躍見てくださいね。必殺モード。日本頑張る。
さて、ご退場願おうか。必殺モード。頑張る。あんたが指揮官？
ユニコーン、鬼。必殺モード。王の前にひさまずきなさい。ジャベリンの活躍見てくださいね。
必殺モード。オン。
頑張る。
必殺モード。オン。
ユニコーン。ユニコーン。
必殺モード。
みんなと一緒にひさまずきなさい。ジャベリンの活躍見てくださいね。頑張る。
さて、ご退場願おうか。必殺モード。オン。
頑張る。かげろう型2番艦。ユニコーン。
Oh!
いい暇つぶしになりますね。王の前にひさまずきなさい。
必殺モード。オン。
頑張る。
さて、ご退場願おうか。
ジャベリンの活躍見てくださいね。 必殺モードオン。前にひざまずきなさい。必殺モードオン。頑張る。
さてご退場願おうか。
ジャベリンの活躍見てくださいね。必殺モードオン。頑張る。ヘイ、あんたが指揮官か。ユニコーン。いい暇つぶしになりますね。今日の前にひざまずきなさい。必殺モードオン。頑張る。ジャベリンの活躍見てくださいね。
さてご退場願おうか。
必殺モードオン。頑張る。ユニコーン。作戦計画通り戦闘準備を。私からの慈悲。罪の裁きよ。罪の裁きよ。こんにちは、指揮官さん。
塵は塵に。
作戦計画通り戦闘準備を。私からの慈悲。罪の裁きよ。罪の裁きよ。罪の裁きよ。罪の裁きよ。ひれ伏せよ。私からの慈悲。罪の裁きよ。審判艇が支援する。よくわかんないけどやっちゃえ。罪の裁きよ。罪の裁きよ。よくわかんないけどやっちゃえ。かげろう型2番か。あんたが指揮官？敵はボロボロ。
Ouch, what is happening to my RAM?
DisplayPort 2.1 launched in 2022 and is the latest version of DisplayPort. DisplayPort 1.4 launched in 2016 and is the most commonly used previous version. They differ in several aspects including bandwidth, resolution, refresh rate and features. In this video we're going to look at what separates them and whether it's a big upgrade. Please do subscribe if you haven't already, it really helps the small channel grow. One of the main differences between DisplayPort 2.1 and 1.4 is their bandwidth. DisplayPort 2.1 offers a higher maximum bandwidth of 77 gigabits per second compared to DisplayPort 1.4's maximum bandwidth of 32 gigabits per second. This allows DisplayPort 2.1 to support a higher resolution, refresh rate and color depths. Another difference, as mentioned, is their maximum resolution and refresh rate. DisplayPort 2.1 can support up to 8K resolution at 60Hz or 4K resolution at 144Hz. DisplayPort 1.4 on the other hand can support up to 8K resolution at 30Hz or 4K resolution at 120Hz. This means that DisplayPort 2.1 can handle higher resolution images and smoother gameplay than DisplayPort 1.4. Finally, DisplayPort 2.1 also supports multi-stream transport and HBR3. These allow for multiple displays to be daisy-chained together and for high bandwidth audio and video signals to be transmitted simultaneously over a single cable. These features are not available in DisplayPort 1.4. In conclusion, DisplayPort 2.1 is a significant improvement over 1.4 in terms of bandwidth, resolution, refresh rate and features. It is capable of supporting higher resolution displays, smoother gameplay, and more advanced features than DisplayPort 1.4, making it a better choice for high-end gaming displays and monitors. Does your hardware support DisplayPort 2.1 and do you see much of an improvement? Please do subscribe if you've enjoyed this video and thanks for watching.
Every PC builder debates between DisplayPort and HDMI. It can be a bit tricky, but there's a third option that very well could take over as the best choice. Apologies for being very late on reporting about this, but over in China they developed GPMI, which could reign in the future as the high refresh 8K gaming king. This is general purpose media interface, and so far it comes in two flavors of connectors, one just being USB Type-C, the other being Type-B. That Type-B cable is what beats every cable right now in terms of maximum bandwidth. It can support 192 gigabit per second transfer and deliver up to 480 watts of power, which is kind of insane. Now, I know Thunderbolt offers a competitive solution for display output and power, but have you seen the prices of anything that's Thunderbolt certified? It is outrageous. GPMI is free of those dreaded licensing fees. In a world where there's HDMI 2.1, HDMI 2.2, DisplayPort 2.1, USB 4, Thunderbolt 4, Thunderbolt 5, etc. It would be amazing if we could all just standardize to one solution. That's probably...
What's the difference between these cables anyway? Yo, what's up? Yo, just the guy I needed to see. So I want to plug in my new gaming PC, but I don't know whether to use HDMI or DisplayPort. What's the difference? So in general, you should use DisplayPort because it was originally built for advanced high-definition graphics. And in order to get similar performance for HDMI, you're going to need to make sure that all of your components support HDMI 2.1, which is sometimes hard to find. Manufacturers have to pay a hefty licensing fee whenever incorporating HDMI into their products, which is why you see DisplayPort a lot more often because DisplayPort is free. Oh wow, so that's why I see DisplayPorts like everywhere. Thanks for the help, man. Guess I don't need this anymore. Yeah, no worries, man. And if you need more help or just like tech and gaming content, feel free to follow me on my socials. What's the difference between these cables anyway? Yo, what's up? Yo, just the guy I needed to see. So I want to plug in my new gaming PC, but I don't know whether to use HDMI or DisplayPort. What's the difference? So in general, you should use DisplayPort.
Type-C display.
HDMI might be the most widespread video connector out there, but we think it's an injustice that DisplayPort isn't the king of connectors instead. Here are 6 ways DisplayPort is better than HDMI. 1. DisplayPort can operate in places that you don't even see it. I'm talking about a derivative of DisplayPort called EBP, with the E standing for embedded. Whenever you're using a laptop or a tablet, there's a really good chance that there's actually a DisplayPort connection inside the machine that feeds the internal display. This is likely making your laptop cheaper, simpler, and thinner than it would otherwise be if it needed to rely on an internal HDMI protocol, which it can't do anyway because HDMI doesn't actually have an equivalent to this. In fact, with the right kind of adapter, EDP even allows you to repurpose an old laptop display. Hooray for standardization! 2. DisplayPort has a special alt mode that works over USB-C. Even if you have a computer that only has USB-C ports, there's a good chance it'll still support DisplayPort. In fact, one of the newest DisplayPort standards, called UHBR20, can drive some seriously high-resolution signals, so you're not exactly giving up any performance by not using the regular DisplayPort connector. The bad news is that DisplayPort alt mode over USB-C requires the monitor to explicitly support it, and it usually won't work with a source device that isn't a computer. It works on some consoles. But the good news is that if you do have a USB-C monitor, many of them support charging your laptop at the same time over that single cable for a superior clean setup. HDMI, on the other hand, well, it did have a similar alt mode, but hardly anything supported it, and it's been officially discontinued. 3. No royalties. Although both ports are very common in PC monitors, display manufacturers have to pay the HDMI forum a royalty in order to include an HDMI port in their product, between 4 and 15 cents per unit sold, which can start adding up if we're talking about a company that ships a lot of displays. On the other hand, DisplayPort is completely royalty-free, with manufacturers only paying a fee to join VESA, which gives them access to the latest spec. To be clear, this doesn't mean that you're paying some kind of premium for HDMI products, as there are plenty of low-cost displays and devices that feature HDMI, but the extraction of royalties has rubbed some enthusiasts the wrong way, especially when the HDMI forum makes a decision that's seen as unfriendly to consumers. We have 3 more reasons why DP is better, and we'll give you those right after we thank our sponsor, Videocom.
We've all experienced that feeling of almost dozing off while trying to pay attention to boring slide after boring slide. Get me out of here! With Videocom, you get access to a bunch of easy-to-use and intuitive features to spruce up your presentations, such as per-slide webcam embedding, automatic cloud saving, and team collaboration tools. Ditch those boring, generic PowerPoint templates and create an engaging experience with your audience. Check out Videocom at the link below and use code LINUS for 50% off any paid subscription.
Number 4, daisy chaining. If you're running a multi-monitor setup, DisplayPort offers a more elegant way to drive all of your screens. You can just run another cable from one monitor to the next instead of connecting everything back to your PC. With the latest version of DisplayPort, 2.1, you can daisy chain up to 4 4K monitors running up to 60 frames per second. Pretty cool, especially if you have a limited number of ports on your computer to begin with. DisplayPort can do this because of a feature called multi-stream transport, meaning the link cable can actually carry multiple streams at once. Do be sure though that the monitors you buy have a DisplayPort output if you want to daisy chain, as some monitors only have a DisplayPort input. 5. It is much easier to convert DisplayPort to HDMI than to go the other way around. This is because of a feature called DisplayPort Dual Mode, or DP++, which can actually output a native HDMI signal through a physical DisplayPort connector. This means that adapters that run from a DisplayPort output to a screen with an HDMI input are straightforward to construct and cheap to buy. However, going from an HDMI source to a DisplayPort screen is much more complicated, as the adapter has to have active logic inside of it to convert the signal properly. And 6, many DisplayPort cables have latches that actually keep the connector in place. Once you push the cable all the way in, a couple of latches will pop up and lock the cable to the device, often audibly. So to disconnect it, you then have to hold down a button on the end of the cable while you're pulling, mitigating the risk that your cable you then have to hold down a button on the end of the cable while you're pulling, mitigating the risk that your cable will come loose when you're in the middle of something really important, gaming. And admittedly, this isn't quite as cool as the other features we've discussed in this video, but it might be the most useful feature if you're one of the folks who likes to walk around the room with your laptop. But if you're worried about a cable being too difficult to remove, keep in mind that this is an optional feature. And there are plenty of cables out there that don't have these little hooks if you just gotta go fast. So thanks for watching, guys. If you like this video, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit us up in the comment section with your suggestions for topics that we should cover in the future.
We told you we would test the most popular HDMI cables. And we're doing it. But it turned out to be a lot more work than we bargained for. The good news is it was all worth it. 53 cables from 17 different manufacturers totaling $1,000. And after painstakingly labeling, testing, and logging all of them, we've got the juicy details for you. Which ones are top-notch? Which ones aren't even worthy of being used as a skipping rope? We're gonna tell you and also give you some guidelines that you can follow to make sure that you are not getting ripped off on cables. Ask a cable vendor and naturally they'll claim that their product does everything from dissipating noise to reducing EMI interference to turning water into wine. But you, intellectual, you're too smart for that. You should just buy the cheapest cable every time, right? Well, not quite. The truth, as usual, lies somewhere in between. You see, on the surface, an HDMI cable is basic. You've got your plugs on the ends, 19 conductors in between, and some kind of plastic sheath. Pile of to-be-tested DisplayPort cables comes from all the most popular brands. The Amazon Basics, Monoprice, Best Buy, and more. We bought 3 of each at various lengths for the most popular models to give us multiple data points, and we are going to be painstakingly running all of them through our total phase cable tester to see who has the good stuff and who has the crude stuff. I know our sponsor Build Redux has the good stuff. They create PCs for gamers who want to win and who want high frame rates without breaking the bank. They're backed by a 2-year parts and labor warranty, so you're covered, and you can click the link in the video description to start creating your PC today. Okay, I lied a bit. The cables have already been tested at their rated speed, and if they passed, we pushed them even further to see who is under-promising and over-delivering. We did over 100 runs in total and ended up with this masterpiece of a spreadsheet. Proud of this one, aren't you? Nerd. Now, why are we testing DisplayPort? Partly because we already tested HDMI and got a lot of requests to follow up with DisplayPort. But the other half is that people like me and Wendell over at Level 1 Techs, who apparently actually went out and bought one of these cable testers after our last video, have had a lot of issues with DisplayPort over the years, from intermittent signaling issues to outright dead cables. And I think it's about time I figure out why. Each cable went through our total phase cable tester at the spec that it's rated for. Now there are a total of 8 versions of DisplayPort. 2 of which are minor A revisions that don't change much, so we'll acknowledge that they exist and move along, and even some of the numbered ones we didn't have to do much with. DisplayPort versions 1.0 and 1.1 are relatively ancient, so that's part of why we're not testing any of those cables here. But the real reason is that they weren't widely adopted, so most cables are rated for at least DisplayPort 1.2. And it's the same story for DisplayPort 1.3. It was superseded by 1.4 almost immediately, which carries the same bandwidth, but added support for display stream compression 1.2, forward error correction, and HDR10 metadata. That leaves us with really 3 display ports that matter: 1.2, 1.4, and the upcoming 2.0 spec. In consumer terms, the biggest difference between these 3 is that each one is rated for a different maximum bandwidth. The higher the number, the faster it can go. Now, there are multiple ways to hit that limit. You could crank the resolution, you could crank the refresh rate, you could crank the color depth, or realistically, some combination of those 3. And then you just won't be able to go any higher unless you enable display stream compression. We could talk a little bit more about that later. Now, here are the manufacturers we're talking about today. You'll be familiar with many of these from our HDMI cable testing video, where we covered some things in more depth that we're gonna gloss over a little bit today, like how digital signaling works. We're gonna have a card in the end screen if you're playing catch up. Now, here are our tests. We have 3 groupings. Tab 1 in yellow are the cables that we're testing in triplicate to eliminate flukes. These are the most popular ones we're expecting most of you to actually buy. Tab 2 in orange are single samples of 9 of the top 10 cables on Amazon. And finally, tab 3 in blue are cables that we sampled from around the office, including bundled cables from monitors made by Aorus, Samsung, Asus, ROG. All right, Colin, show us what's behind tab number 1. Every single one passed. That's not what I was expecting. So every single brand new cable that we purchased specifically for this video passed at its rated spec, which I didn't see coming, but the science behind it kind of makes sense. Here's the thing. The inside of a DisplayPort cable is actually very similar to the inside of an HDMI cable, with only 1 more conductor for a total of 20 versus 19. Both of them have 4 shielded, twisted pairs of conductors. Think of them kind of like the sides of this lanyard. But in HDMI, only 3 of them carry data, with a 4th, kind of skinnier one that just is reserved for clock pulses. DisplayPort takes advantage here by using all 4 shielded pairs to transmit data. You know what, this isn't working. Let's just do a different visual. New colors of lanyards on lttstore.com. This allows each pair to run at a lower frequency while maintaining overall transmission parity with HDMI. So with 12 of the 20 conductors used for the signal plus, signal minus, and ground connections, that leaves 8 other conductors that are used to run a configuration channel, an auxiliary channel, and a power connection. The power connection actually goes unused in common cables though, and is reserved for use in devices with integrated DisplayPort cables. And having these wires connected can actually cause a short circuit condition that was a problem in the past, particularly with cheap mini DisplayPort cables. Fun fact, by the way, those locking tabs on the end are not actually part of the official DisplayPort specification. They are nice to have though. Now, with respect to our results, we can gather that this reduction in signaling frequency is contributing to better signal integrity, leading to DisplayPort cables being more consistent than what we saw with HDMI. So if you're buying a brand new cable today, cheap is probably cheerful. And Infinite Cables once again topped our list for the lowest cost per foot, followed by Amazon Basics and Monoprice. But we're not done yet. Inside the dense document that is the DisplayPort standard, there exists a set of definitions for transmission modes. These are the bit rates that DisplayPort can transmit data at. We're not talking about resolutions per se, but rather the speed at which the cable operates, full stop. DisplayPort 1.4, for example, is compatible with 4 different transmission modes: RBR, HBR, HBR2, and HBR3, which peaks at 8.1 gigabits per second per lane. That means with 4 lanes, DisplayPort 1.4's peak bandwidth is 32.4 gigabits per second. That is significantly less than the 48 gigabit per second maximum of HDMI 2.1. I am not calling it that. To get around this, some applications of DisplayPort have implemented more than the usual 4 lanes. Apple famously created a custom 8-lane DisplayPort 1.2 interface to drive the first 5K iMac, and Thunderbolt can also have up to 8 lanes, allowing it to carry 2 display signals over a single cable. The long-term solution, however, is DisplayPort 2.0, which can run in 3 new modes named according to their per-lane bitrate. Now, we'll talk about why that matters shortly, but first, let's take a look at our next tab, Amazon's best sellers. How'd they do? Every single one passed again? Now that's crazy. Every single one of them not only met the current spec that they were rated for, but even met the next-gen UHBR 10 spec. Wild. Now, they're not an amazing deal cost-wise, but at least they're easy to order, I guess. And they helped us confirm an interesting pattern, or so we thought. One of the insidious ways that a bad DisplayPort cable can get ya is by working, but not working at the correct link speed. That's actually a feature, not a bug. DisplayPort is fully backwards compatible, so every time you plug in, the devices go through a sort of handshake process called link training, which determines the speed that they can operate at without errors. And even if the devices are both capable of a greater speed, let's say DisplayPort 1.4, a bad cable could drag them back to a slower link speed, say DisplayPort 1.2. And this can be really hard to diagnose because the links can be renegotiated on the fly, meaning that they might work fine for a bit, then drop down, only to jump back into action again. And we ran into just such a cable in tab number 3, where we grabbed some longer DisplayPort cables that we've purchased over the years, as well as a handful of cables that were included with monitors. I knew it. I've had so many issues with those 25-foot monoprice cables that we bought in bulk like ages ago. But on this one of the 4 pairs managed a continuity check, so it is connected, but failed on signal, which is the worst kind of fail. I'm going to enjoy having that cable up.
Oh my god, that nearly hit the lens.
Oh, did it really?
Yes.
We also had one of Samsung's bundled cables fail out right here. Continuity means that the conductors are just not conducting. Now, we didn't have enough of those kicking around that we could just positively identify as Samsung bundled cables, so we couldn't draw a clear conclusion. Other than that, the one included with your monitor might not be the best quality, but pretty much any repeatable brand cable off the shelf should be okay, even if you're a forward-thinking consumer who might want to get the most out of Intel's upcoming Arc Alchemist GPUs, which are confirmed to have DisplayPort 2.0. Thanks to Samsung for sponsoring today's video. Samsung has something new for you, the Freestyle. It's a point-and-play projector with a compact design and adjustable 180-degree cradle stand. You don't need to worry about fiddling with a focus wheel or rearranging your projector because the auto-sensing feature will intuitively correct skewed and blurry images for you. If you're on the go, the Freestyle has a 360-degree speaker and a 5-watt woofer for powerful, all-around sound, and you can power it with an external battery so it works no matter where you are. It uses Samsung's built-in smart TV experience that features Samsung TV Plus, various streaming platforms, and more, while also allowing you to use Bixby or Amazon Alexa so that you can go hands-free. It offers full HD resolution and the ability to project an image between 30 and 100 inches, allowing you to use it in a small space, or you can go all out and create an at-home theater experience. So take your theater with you wherever you go with the Freestyle. You can learn more about Samsung's The Freestyle and get a free carrying case if you pre-order before February 10th using the link down below. If you guys enjoyed this video, go check out the HDMI cable testing video where we got into a little bit more depth about what some of the charts that you guys might be looking at here mean, and it
10cent themselves have shut down every single Wuwa hater around the world with a confirmation of exactly how many players are playing the game daily. and how much money the game has made in the entirety of 2025. And let me tell you, the active concurrent and active daily players and the amount of money that they made are more than anyone ever predicted or projected. It is also significantly, substantially more than that fake-ass gacha revenue website would lead you to believe. Now let's go ahead and take a look at all of it. Is she eating ice cream? She just picked that cherry off the ice cream. Yo, Surtur, girl, you're already top tier waifu. What are you doing? What are you doing to us, man? Okay, so Tencent actually revealed something big, incredibly big, like groundbreakingly big. This here is definitive proof after over an entire year of existing online, a year and a half, I think, because the game released back in May 2024. Good news for Wuthering Waves. This is going to shut down any misinformation, any disinformation, any hate whatsoever for Wuthering Waves, and whether or not it's doing well or doing poorly. At the very least, there's been 550 plus million US dollars in annual revenue from Tencent's 2025 annual meeting report. To elaborate, just for anyone that isn't an English speaker or anyone that wants to contest this, annual revenue is the total income a business generates from sales of its product or services, plus other sources like investments over a 12-month period. So over 12 months, this is over an entire year. What this means is that this is going to be for the year of 2025. This is not factoring in 2024, where the game released in May and then had roughly 6 months of existing or 7 months of existing online. This also doesn't factor in January 2026. So over that 12-month period in 2025, according to Tencent's own annual meeting report, the game made a minimum of 550 million US dollars. Now let's look a little deeper into this. Apparently they've locked the thread over on the Wuthering Waves subreddit. They were right to invest in Wuthering Waves. Let's see what was said. Here is the official proof of it. We're gonna open that in a new tab. We're actually gonna save this. Google translate image. What we're gonna do here now is we're going to translate the actual image, and then we're gonna read what the Reddit thread says. We're going to detect language and then change it to English. Tencent's annual meeting regarding the gaming business, Ma Huateng gave it extremely high praise, just like last year, calling it frighteningly strong. Liu Qipeng then provided a more detailed analysis of the company's gaming business performance last year. While the global gaming market grew by only 3%, Tencent games grew by 23% in total, which is an enormous number, by the way, chat. That is some incredible growth, outperforming the market by over 20 percentage points. This success was largely attributed to several long-running titles, including Honor of Kings, and they're making Honor of Kings World, by the way, which they sponsored me for, to go all the way to Gamescom for. Peacekeeper Elite, Delta Force, Naruto, League of Legends, Crossfire Mobile, Ming Chao, which is Wuthering Waves, and Valorant, both PC and mobile versions, all of which saw significant growth in user activity and revenue last year. Can you guys see that? Do you guys see that? All of which saw not only significant growth, Wuthering Waves significant growth, but also significantly more revenue as well. Wuthering Waves, significant growth, increased revenue. Dead game, right? Game end of servicing. Oh no, is doing terrible. Oh wow, is the whole fucking community. Haha, in your freaking face. Everyone that says the game is doing terribly, I mean evidence to the contrary. Liu Qipeng also mentioned that last year, international market business contributed 30% of the game business revenue, with total revenue exceeding $10 billion. Supercell's games DAU showed a multi-fold growth trend with products such as Path of Exile 2, The Tide, Warframe, PUBG, and Call of Duty Mobile playing an important role in expanding overseas markets. Looking at Ma Huateng's speeches in recent years, we can clearly see a trend. Tencent's gaming business has seen significant growth and is increasingly moving towards its strategic goals of longevity and globalization. Now let's see what the Reddit thread here says. Wuthering Waves is officially classified as an evergreen game title by Tencent. This requires at least $550 million in yearly revenue and daily active users above 5 million players for mobile or 2 million players for PC. So they have millions, several million, potentially tens of millions of active players. Millions. Wuthering Waves was also cited as a major contributor for Tencent's international growth. And the reason for that is because Wuthering Waves is doing phenomenally all around the world. Then they translated the game or the article in Gemini. They listed the games that were the foundation of their growth, the driving factor and force behind their growth in 2025. I mean, that's impressive. 550 million. Let's go to the gacha revenue. So what this is 550 million minimum is what we're seeing here, right? Hold on. Tencent evergreen game. Wait, what is this? Yeah. So back 5 months ago, according to Tencent Senior Vice President, Wuthering Waves is one of the 6 new games that crossed their evergreen game revenue line. So let's see what that actually means. Okay, it actually states it on their website right here. Corporate overview. So it states here, which y'all can see, here I'll zoom in. Evergreen Games portfolio includes domestic and international games. Evergreen games refer to games surpassing average quarterly daily active users of 5 million for mobile or 2 million for PC, meaning there is a minimum of 5 to 7 million people playing daily, chat. Daily. There are several million minimum people playing daily for Wuthering Waves. And not only do they have to cross that milestone, they also need over 4 billion RMB. That equates to 574 million US dollars in a year. That is the minimum they are making. A minimum of almost $600 million. That's what they made 5 months ago. 5 months ago, they made almost $600 million. You know how much that means they've made now? Almost half a year later? 700 million? 800 million? 900 million? That is insane. Okay, now let's navigate on over to the gacha revenue website, right? Because we'll be able to actually see now how accurate this really is. Yo, I don't mean to interrupt the video, but I need to take a moment here to thank all my incredible patrons over on Patreon whose support continues to allow for me to do regular videos like this every single day on this channel. Thank y'all so much, including our YouTube channel members. You guys mean the world to me. So do you guys as viewers as well. Now, without further ado, let's continue. Let's see. For the, we can only count 2025, right? So January, we're just gonna round up here, okay, chat? We're gonna round up or down to make it the easiest for us. January, 30 million. February, 15 million. What's that? 45 million. March, 20 million. So that's 65 million. April, 20 million. 85 million. May, 25 million. That's 110 million. June, 40 million. It's 150 million. We're halfway through the year. Chat, we are halfway through the year on the gacha revenue website, and it says they made 150 million. 150. They stated right here that halfway through the year, they had made 570 million. Minimum. 150 reported on the gacha revenue website, almost 600 million in reality. Yet people look at this and they say, this is legitimate, this is real, this is fact. The reality is, if this is tracking, right? Wait, sorry, we have to factor in 7 months because this says 5 months ago. So this was 7 months worth of revenue. 165 million. So if this is tracking $165 million on mobile, and they're claiming 575 million bare minimum, there is a $400 million discrepancy between what the gacha revenue website is reporting and what is the actual reality. They count mobile only? Yes. This counts mobile only, which means if there is in fact a $400 million discrepancy between what is being reported on the gacha revenue website and what is the actual reality here, according to Tencent themselves, via their what is this? Their annual 2025 annual meeting report, where they need to publicly disclose revenue or statistics, or in this instance, the fact that the game has now crossed into their evergreen game revenue line. Between these two, which do you believe? There is one objective truth here, chat. As we noted when we were discussing Arknights Enfield earlier today, there is one objective truth, and that is that Tencent themselves confirmed that in 7 months, they crossed a minimum of 5 million active daily players, and that they had crossed, after 7 months, almost $600 million in total revenue. In the remaining 5 months of the year, they probably made it close enough to, or potentially even surpassing, $1 billion for the entire year of 2025. And 3.0 is likely going to be even more popular than 2.0. This is an insane number. Anyone that argues that Wuthering Waves is not doing good now, anyone that sits there and says Genshin Impact or zenless Zero or Arknights Enfield or Nikke or Honkai Star Rail or Blue Archive or any upcoming gacha game is making, makes Wuthering Waves look unsuccessful, dead, or that Wuthering Waves look dead or insignificant, or that, Wuthering Waves is approaching an end of service. If anyone tries to convince you that this game is not doing phenomenally, then they're talking out their asses, because that is a blatant lie and blatant mis and disinformation. Wuthering Waves has done incredibly, but this is why you do not trust this website. Every month at the beginning of the month, or every month at the beginning of the month, they release the statistics for revenue, and people are like, heard there, this game isn't doing very well. And you know what? On the contrary, the game is doing insanely well. They're only going up from here, chat. That's why I love this game. I do. I genuinely do. It's one of my favorite gacha games in the world, and I'm going to continue covering it until either they mess up or it's no longer fun or whatever else, which I don't foresee happening, at least not anytime soon. The game has gotten too big and too popular. Let's see. I think people don't know exactly what evergreen title in a place like Tencent means. Just for the record, Tencent is the largest game developer publisher company in the world, not just China, not global, all combined. Then here you are, one of the top games in such a massive company. I don't have good faith with Tencent, nor do I like their marketing policies, but I can't deny the fact that they're an industry-leading company. Congrats to Kudo for this massive win. Exactly. Yep, there you go. And some people are gonna try to spin this as a loss. They're gonna be like, well, you can't trust this a lot, blah blah blah. Oh well, sucks for them, chat. Wuthering Waves is one of the best gacha games right now. It is one of my all-time favorite gacha games, and they are continuing to abso-fucking-lutely dominate, man. I feel like a proud papa. You know what I mean? I've been promoting Wuwa since day one of their announcement, their freaking announcement, chat. And people told me it's just a Genshin clone. People told me it's not going to be successful. People told me it was going to do terribly. People told me it was going to end of service. I was like, nah, you just watch. Y'all just watch how big Wuthering Waves becomes. And look at it now. One of the biggest gacha games in the world. One of the most lucrative gacha games in the world. Very few games at this juncture can even come close to competing with it. It is now a titan of the industry. Again, that is an insane number, genuinely mind-blowingly large, and there is such a stark discrepancy between what is reported and what the reality actually is, which is why at the end of the day, you don't trust websites like that. You can use them as a means with which to track metrics, inclines or declines, but at the end of the day, either they are really grotesquely inaccurate or a very large number of people play it on PC, and these are highly, highly underreported. Either way, this is just another Wuthering Waves win. I know you think that you just hit the end of the video, and technically, yeah, you have. And I know your first reaction is to close out of it at this juncture, but don't. No, instead, I urge you to take a moment here and click one of the videos on screen that are coming up in just a moment, so you remain up to date with everything going on in the gacha genre. Trust me, you're not going to regret doing so. Stay flaccid.
When Redditor Cinnamon posted that his soon-to-be ex-wife flight tested his gaming PC from their third-party balcony, I knew I had to step in. Not to fix their relationship, that is way above my pay grade, but rather to see if anything from the ruined rig could be salvaged. I also saw an opportunity to do a bit of investigation. See, I've seen my fair share of damaged PCs, and I've also seen my fair share of internet sub stories. And when I saw the single picture that he posted of the aftermath, it definitely raised some questions for me. You guys see this? Right around the edges of the frame. The case itself doesn't appear to be that mangled compared to the damage that we're seeing inside. So I think there's a possibility that Cinnamon is more of a criminal trying to capitalize on internet charity to get a new PC. A ploy that has already worked, if indeed it is a ploy. Starforge sent him a pretty nice looking system to replace this one, so all that's left is to see just how much water his story holds, and to find out what, if anything, can be salvaged from this wreckage. Oh, look at this. There's one thing that survived the impact. This segue to our sponsor, Jawa. Offset the cost of your new PC upgrade by trading in your old GPU or CPU to Jawa. Check out their link in the video description and use code TRADEUP10 to get an additional $10 on top of your base offer. Obviously, my first question is, why? I mean, clearly there are some relationship problems, or A, she wouldn't be a soon-to-be ex-wife, and B, his PC would still be in one piece, but what's the specifics of the story here?
Well, what he told us is he approached his wife about getting a divorce and said basically that all he wanted was the PC. That was the wrong thing to say, and yada yada yada, PC flies off the third floor and into the ground.
Okay, well obviously nothing's gonna go great from that height, but surprisingly, as I mentioned before, the case, after touching some grass, is in pretty good condition. Now he claims he has done nothing to the PC since then, other than pack it up and ship it to us, which, by the way, was not a simple matter.
DHL was not cool about shipping broken hardware. They've seen this movie before and don't want to be involved. They've had situations in the past where people have intentionally shipped broken stuff and then tried to come back and claim damages and get the insurance money.
Right, okay, well, enough ado. Let's ado this.
All right.
Get it?
That was terrible.
Astanabruke? Where did this come from?
Lithuania.
Oh, Lord. How much did we pay to get broken computer parts here?
Probably too much.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
That's the wrong angle.
Yeah, he worked as a tech before, so you can take his word for it.
I'm not a scientist, but you know.
It's not supposed to go in there like that. Oh, hey, he wrote a little note for us.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck. Do not check the homework folder. Yeah. I get it. That is one thing he's legitimately hoping to get back, is some of the data that's on the drive here, which, before looking at it, I think is a pretty good chance. Your face...
There's all kinds of stuff falling at the bottom here, man.
Your face does not indicate agreement.
Not so much. Well, honestly, I think the drive is probably okay. But we'll see. Oh, geez, maybe not.
I'm feeling a little better about his story.
Dirt was involved.
Uh-huh. I think we can both agree it probably did get thrown off a balcony.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
What it looks like happened was a lot of the impact was born right here and went kind of straight into this vertical piece, so it didn't deform as much as if it had, well, A, hit concrete,
yeah,
or B, hit a corner that was not as reinforced.
This is glass? This is glass, too.
That's a miracle that survived. Like, if it had hit this side first, oh, these feet are just gone.
Feet are gone.
Well, that makes sense, right? Because if it hit here and then tumbled,
yeah,
then who knows, right? All bets are off. The fact that the glass is still intact. Dude, the last time we looked at one of these systems, we managed to salvage a surprising amount of stuff from it. I don't think we're gonna have the same kind of luck.
That's not a good bend.
One thing that gives me a little bit of hope for maybe the motherboard is that it's not full-size ATX. It's MATX, so even though this tray is bent, the motherboard itself is not.
It's quite that bad. You know what, I'm betting that power supply is still good. It's just kind of barely mangled.
I think the power supply stands a chance too, but I haven't looked at the other side yet.
Yeah, we probably should. No, put it back.
You sure it didn't come from Italy?
I don't get it. Oh.
Wow.
How did that cooler bend that much?
It's got a lot of inertia. And heat pipes, right? Like you can bend them by hand.
That's true.
6 at a time or whatever, that wouldn't be easy. But the number of G's that this was under,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Wow, it broke the power connectors.
What? Oh, no way. I've never seen that one before. I've seen PCIe slots ripped apart. Actually, I've never seen a card this mangled, but I've seen coolers like this. I have never seen the inside of the PCIe power connector broken. I want to get this power supply out.
Okay, the peel's still on it.
Oh yeah, it's like new. Post this on Facebook Marketplace. Peel's still on.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how mad she must have been to do this? I gotta wonder, bro, there's always 2 sides to every story.
Yeah.
What did you do? I mean, maybe you did nothing. Maybe
you
like,
never know. You never know. But
maybe you were the saint of love and kindness in this relationship, but she clearly was not into that. All right, power button, hit it. I mean, the light's turned on, that's a good sign. Just because the system fires up though,
that's true,
does not mean that this fan, for example, will still spin within the mangled frame. You can see she ain't true anymore. So we're playing some Crysis 3 here, boys, and I don't see that fan moving, Jordan.
It twitched, dude.
I would believe you, but
this is totally cool still though. So
I don't see it moving.
It doesn't need to move.
Smells fine. Wow. Okay.
Ooh, yeah, you're definitely doing some work now.
I think I'm ready to call this a pass.
Yeah, that seems to be fine.
I just got a power supply for the low price of, what did you pay, 200 bucks?
Ish.
All right, let's see if I got anything else.
Let's look at the cooler here next.
Sure. Even if the cooler survived, would I really want to use it?
Now, well, that's only a month old, as a matter of fact.
Really?
He was having trouble. I was kind of doing some deep dive on his Reddit here, and he was having trouble with heat. And they recommended he get this new cooler for his CPU. It may have fixed the problem, but he ran into some other trouble. That's still good. You can bend that back.
Should we try?
Stick it in the vise or something? Or like...
Yeah.
That's not good anymore.
Ooh, she's twisted, brother. She's
boy.
twisted. No. I believe we can fix this. I believe we can fix this. We're going to the workshop.
All right. Which way am I going?
You're lifting up.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Okay. I mean...
It's getting better.
It's an improvement. Oh, buddy.
Oh, there we go.
Huh? I say we put it on our bench. I think she's gonna work just fine. While Jordan's salvaging the brackets, I realized we left our game running, so all I gotta do is fire up hardware info, and we can get a before temp with an AMD stock cooler, because at the end of the day, just because it functions at all doesn't mean it's worth installing if it's no better than the stock cooler. So right now we're running at 44 degrees with a maximum of 48. Let's see if this does any better.
I need some fans.
Right. Well, I have this one.
Okay.
She's a little unbalanced. Hold on, maybe we can fix that though. So all we have to do is give her the old amputation. There.
All right.
If you didn't look that close, you'd think, oh yeah, they bent some fins when they were installing it. Dude, she's looking good.
Beautiful.
She's looking good.
That one's less beautiful.
Well, you won't, when she's in motion, you won't even see it. Oh, dude, I'm stoked. I'm stoked on this. I think I got a $200 power supply cooler bundle.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Maybe more.
Maybe we get some RAM.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
Oh, dude, we're like, yeah.
All right, we fixed the cooler. We're geniuses.
Well, I agree with you on one of those points.
Which one?
I'll leave it to you to decide.
All right.
I want to see his CPU run.
All right.
Ooh, 5600X.
Yep.
Dude, if I got a free
We're upgrading.
5600X and a power supply and a cooler, this is starting to look like a pretty good value.
Yeah?
What's a 5600X worth these days? Gotta be like at least 80 bucks. Dude, yeah, these are worth like 70, 80 bucks. I'm feeling pretty good right about now. Should we go for RAM at the same time? Let's go for RAM at the same time. I think it's a pretty safe bet. Nothing touched it. It doesn't have a scratch on it. I say this RAM works. What do we get?
All right.
32 gigs! Dude! The manufacturing date on this is October of last year. This is only 1 year old memory. This is probably newer than ours.
Ours is from January this year.
Oh, well, okay.
Got 'em.
Give me my odds on the motherboard.
50-50.
50%? You saw the state of that thing. That GPU got ripped out of it, brother.
Look at it now, though, man. It's like, it's pretty flat.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
there's some pin damage and stuff here, but it's not like it's bad.
it's like seeing a dead person and they just kind of look serene, like they're sleeping, you know? Oh, no. No, I think we might be done, bud.
Oh, no, yeah, we're screwed. Never mind.
Well, we're gonna try it anyway. But that's up.
Okay.
CPU and RAM, confirmed good.
Jeez.
I got a deal, buddy. Oh my goodness, this screw.
Oh, wow, that's really,
She's not coming out. I think she's cross-threaded in the first place. I think this may have been an inexpertly assembled system. That one's cross-threaded, the standoff came out.
Well, there's different types of screws in every freaking hole here.
Yeah, so hold on a second. That may have been damaged beforehand. See, have a look at this. This is like mangled, and that would have been at installation. This, actually, Jordan, buddy.
That's me.
I don't think any of the traces are actually broken.
No way.
Look at the
Glasses off.
The glasses are coming off. Some real tech shit's happening now, boys. The glasses are fucking off.
Yeah, those are good. Wow.
Dude, and like, you saw how like bent and mangled it looked?
It's frowning now.
A little, not much. I've seen way worse post. You know what probably saved it, Jordan? What probably saved it is the corner it hit on. Okay, so if we look, right?
Hitting the back corner here.
There's your initial impact. So if it had gone down this way, it would have ripped this PCIe slot open this way.
But the weight was on here.
But the weight was on there. The weight came down toward the board.
Yeah.
And this is one of those metal reinforced slots, which I always thought was just complete marketing nonsense, right?
We did see with post-Nord that did break. But
speaking of armored and reinforced, once again, component armor comes to the rescue. I think this SSD is going to be totally fine.
I don't see why not.
Because of that heat spreader. I wanna pop it out anyway. Let's have a look at it.
Okay.
She looks fine. She looks fine. She's only a 512 gig drive, but hey, still, I'll take it. Dude, this might work. And also, even if those traces that are a little bit mangled are dead, because there's one that looks like it might be broken. Even if they're dead, Jordan, this is literally a segmented off part of the PCB that just handles onboard sound.
Yeah.
So we could still just use the audio off of our HDMI port, plug into the headphone jack on our monitor. We're using a USB microphone anyway. We're good to go.
Yeah.
There's no way, Jordan. I don't even see any lights on.
This is all of his stuff except for the video card right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Oxide coat. Shut
Holy crap.
up.
Do that light?
Shut up. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Hold on, she's off. She's back on. Holy
Different
crap.
light.
No, I know. I think she's memory training. Holy shit, I think.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that works.
No way. Also, are you a filthy cheater?
Oh my.
What does Cheat Engine do? Maybe it's perfectly innocent. Hold on. Tool designed to help you modify single-player games. Without an internet connection, you can make them harder or easier. I think this might be okay.
Give him a pass?
I think this might be okay. I just wasn't familiar with the tool. It didn't have a great sounding name, in fairness to me. I'm not gonna dig any deeper than this. I don't wanna see your homework folder or whatever you're using MicroTorrent for.
Hear me out.
Now it's time for the final boss. How do you wanna tackle this? Should we take the cooler off, try to straighten the cooler, try to straighten the GPU, and reassemble?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I think it's worth the try. I mean, dude.
Yeah. That's nuts.
Hold on. That's my I/O plate.
That'll buff out.
There's definitely at least this one
Oh
connect.
my. Oh, that's okay.
Well, that
it's not quick grounded anymore, but you know.
That might slide back in there.
Hold on. Oh, let's see if that's a non-essential one. He sent over this handy-dandy reference sheet. So just a second here. Yeah.
We don't even need that one.
That's the secondary HDMI.
All right.
Let's frickin' go. That one doesn't even work if you use the DVI connector anyway. Okay, all right. I don't like this severe bend.
That's a bad place for a bend to happen.
Right down the memory here, because these BGA chips, they're soldered down to the board, and those solder joints can be quite brittle, actually. Here's what I'm thinking.
Okay-ish.
We just chuck it in the slot, and I just like put my finger on it and see if the GPU warms up.
Okay.
If it does, we kind of try to bend it a little, and we try and put the cooler back on.
Okay.
Okay. Is the power supply on?
No.
Okay, do it. It's warm, but not like hot. BGA light's still on though.
It's going, what the hell have you done to me?
I think she's trying, but I don't think she's gonna be able to do it. I think we do have to give her a little bend.
Yeah.
The safer way to do this would be to, at the very least, have the card like warmed up a little bit when we do it, so it's not so brittle, but realistically we have so little to lose that I think we're just gonna kind of go for it here. Dude, if this thing fires up, I actually think I might just retire. There's no mountain left to climb anymore. I could never achieve greater. Okay.
Dude, that's pretty flat.
Whoa, you're right. That's not, whoa, dude. Dude.
Give that a go, man.
Dude, that's not nearly as bad.
That's way better.
Order. Oh. You got it? You got it?
お前が指揮官？ボンジュール。
I'll get it.
本日より母校に着任しました。
I think we
ビシア星座所属。
just one more.
従順洋艦のアルジェリーよ。あえて。
指揮官さん。
Oklahoma.
私は
You
勝
say
つ。
あんたが指揮官か。
Chicago.
指揮官さん。
Oklahoma.
あんたが指揮
Chicago.
はじめまして。
And Kinugasa. Damn.
あんたが指揮官か。
Chicago.
少年。
Nevada. No. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Combat data. Weekly claim all. Dailies. Daily challenge. Okay, we finished all the dailies. That was all the dailies, right?
Oh, but guess what?
いらっしゃいませ。もう少しお買い上げになっても。ふふ。毎度ありがとうございます。 指揮官、あっち見て。今日の夕焼けめっちゃ綺麗だよ。こんな最高の風景を逃すなんてありえない。一緒に写真撮ろうよ。3、2、1、イエーイ。指揮官との思い出また増えちゃった。委託チームが帰還したよ。いいもの拾ったりしてないかな。指揮官との思い出また増えちゃった。委託チームが帰還したよ。いいもの拾ったりしてないかな。指揮官との思い出また増えちゃった。委託チームが帰還したよ。いいもの拾ったりしてないかな。
Bashiro's a wolf.
Into a wolf.
USB-C is everywhere these days, which is great, but it can also be super annoying when you want to hook up to an external display. If you've got a laptop with nothing but USB-C ports, you definitely know this pain and probably had to buy some kind of dongle to make your setup work. Maybe you're more advanced and you've got a whole docking system like this Thunderbolt 5 one from Ugreen. For years, that's been a great solution, but now even these are often removing HDMI and DisplayPort in favor of just USB-C for displays. So now what? Are you going to throw a dongle on the back of your nice new dock just to hook up to a traditional monitor? No, there is a better way. I've got 3 different cables here today that could be the perfect solution for these exact pain points. I didn't know these existed until just recently, so I'm sure that many of you will be in a similar spot. But Cameron, I hear many of you calling in the distance, don't you know USB-C monitors exist? Yes, of course. Monitors that offer USB-C input and therefore let you use a simple USB-C to USB-C cable are a great option as well. However, for many years, USB-C monitors have been harder to find and typically far more expensive. Today, they've been coming down in price and becoming easier to find, but monitors last a long time, and I'd hate for you to run out and buy a new monitor to replace a perfectly good one just because of the ports. So let's see what solutions we have here today. The first cable I have today is probably the most common one you'd be looking for. It's a USB-C to HDMI cable. For most people out there, HDMI is probably the display cable type that you're most familiar with and probably the one you're using today. This one in particular is HDMI 2.1, which means it can go all the way up to 8K 60 Hz, or it can support 4K at up to 240 Hz. So it is wildly capable for today and for the future. Ugreen cables only come in these simple black and silver colors, but they are a nice braided material. They're on the stiffer side though, which is typical for display cables like this, but overall the quality is nice, with one small exception. And for that, we've got to go to camera 2. I bet you didn't know I had a camera 2, and up until just this moment, I didn't actually have one. But I needed to call out, Ugreen, the cable ties on here, you're cutting corners. This is a little silly. So I thought that these were normal cable ties when I first unboxed this. Then I actually took one off, and I realized it's just one of your normal cable ties cut into smaller pieces. This is what they're supposed to look like, and this is what you shipped in this box, just 2 of them. Now, I appreciate you trying to cut your costs as much as possible, as long as that's to bring our prices down as much as possible, but this is just a little ridiculous. If you really need to do it, just give us 1 instead of 2, 1 full-size one instead of 2 half ones. Then I think we all win. But anyway, let's get back to the regular video. This 8K model comes in a 2 meter or 6.6 foot version, plus there is an even longer 10-foot version available as well. These cables aren't cheap, starting at $39.99 and $49.99, but can be a good investment into getting rid of those pesky dongles once and for all. Also, if the specs on this particular model seem a bit excessive for your use cases, they would be for mine. There's also a cheaper version with HDMI 2.0, which can still handle up to 4K 60 Hz, but comes in a good bit cheaper. Next up is a very similar cable, also from Ugreen, this time offering USB-C to DisplayPort, but also with one added wrinkle. Now, my cable here is DisplayPort 2.1, which is the latest spec and can go all the way up to 16K at 30 Hz, which is mind-boggling. If anyone watching this video owns a 16K display, please comment down below because that's crazy. It can also do 8K 120 Hz, so it's a very, very capable cable. It has a similar design and materials as before, and also like before, you can get a lower tier version of this cable if you don't quite need this much capability. In this case, a DisplayPort 1.4 option is available, which can still go up to 8K 60 Hz, the same as this exact HDMI cable, and for a good bit less than this version. The 2.1 version comes in a 1 meter or 2 meter version for around $40, and the 1.4 version has those sizes plus a 10-foot version for about half the price, though the prices of all of these fluctuate over time. But what about that wrinkle that I mentioned? Well, when it comes to DisplayPort specifically, you've got a new option introduced, which is whether your cable is unidirectional or bidirectional. So can data flow in just one direction or in both? Most of this video has been focused on using the USB-C output from something like a laptop into a monitor with DisplayPort or HDMI. If you get a unidirectional version of these cables, that's the direction, USB-C to DisplayPort. If you get a bidirectional cable, then you can also use the cable in the other direction, which is perfect if you have a desktop computer with a DisplayPort output that you want to use with one of those fancy USB-C monitors. If that's your plan, make sure you get one labeled specifically as bidirectional. If that's not your use case, but it may be in the future, getting one just in case so that it's ready for either use in the future could be smart. Just note, at this time, this DisplayPort 2.1 cable only seems to be available in unidirectional, so you'd have to go with the lower tier DisplayPort 1.4 model if you need both, and also bidirectional cables are slightly more expensive. Finally, we have the last option. This one's a little bit different. This is Anker's USB-C to HDMI with power delivery. Yeah, so this cable not only lets you connect up to a monitor, but it also provides power back to your device. How it works is up where the HDMI port is, you also have a USB-C port for charging. So now with a single cable, you can send a data signal in one direction and receive a charge back in the other direction. It is a very cool solution for some rather niche use cases. I'm sure there's more ways that this cable could be used. Let me know if you've got any creative ideas, but the biggest ones that I can think of are connecting up to a simple single monitor desk setup with just one cable. So you get this thing set up with your desk and you've got power attached, and then just start your day by plugging into the USB-C cable, and you can spend the whole day working on your single monitor without any need to plug in a second cable for power. A secondary big use case for this would be a USB-C phone. This could be for streaming content on your phone, but putting it up on a bigger screen like a television, all while keeping your phone charged. Or if you're in content creation, you could be using this as a way to monitor your video as you're filming something and still be charging at the same time so that you never run out of juice. Not everyone needs this cable, but some of you out there will immediately be like, yes, give me one of those right now, which is why I had to buy it as soon as I saw it. The cable itself is also braided, and it's even made of some recycled materials. It uses the same plug as the Anker Nano cable, which is one of my absolute favorites. It is only capable of 4K 60 Hz, so it's a little bit less than the other two ones that I've looked at. You do sacrifice a little bit of the internal bandwidth for the power capability. Now it's capable of providing 140 watts of power delivery, which is plenty for even some of the most power-hungry laptops. There are 3-foot versions and 6-foot versions, and they're available for around $30. Honestly, the only downside with this cable is getting the power to that HDMI port, because now you've got your regular cable going from the display to your device, and you need to also run a separate cable from your display down to an outlet or some sort of power source, which depending on your setup may be easier said than done. Other than that though, it's pretty perfect and I love it. So tell me, what do you think of these 3 cables? Am I just behind the curve learning about these, or are they new to you as well? If you'd like to pick any of them up for yourself, I've got links down in the video description. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe goes a long way and will help us in our goal of reaching 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Walmart is turned on.
And so am I.
That's right. After being laughed out of town when their overpowered series of gaming desktops received universally negative reviews, Walmart is now back with a full slew of gaming peripherals. We got speakers, monitors, webcams, microphones, keyboards, mice, desk pads, and even the desk itself. Some of it's good. Some of it literally smells like poo. Our journey begins with the aptly named Home Trends computer desk. They helpfully left out words like trendy or deluxe. And they do admit that it's made of PVC, has a soft closed door though. Oh, well, hold on, sorry. There you go. Having not seen the listing on their site, I'm guessing 119 Canadian dollars.
Oh, wow. Well, you're not
You said Canadian?
I said Canadian.
You're $10 over on the Canadian price.
I'm $10 over. Wow. Well, that's pretty good. I'm not saying I'd pay that for it.
Yeah, and especially when you consider that you could just go to IKEA, do the classic like countertop plus 4 legs and a set of Alex drawers.
For half the price, yes.
Well,
a little over
if
half
you get
with
the Alex drawers, it's like $10 more.
Certainly it'll be larger. This is like a little Linus-sized desk.
Well, we brought you a little Linus-sized chair.
Goddess of victory,
Ew. What makes this a gaming chair? Other than that it's RGB, sort of.
This isn't the actual gaming chair that we got you. This is just their default office chair.
I see.
This
is their default office chair? Whose office has... You know what? To their credit, the butt cushion on this is actually better than almost...
Okay, no, new character. Velvet's here. We're doing a temple for her. Ha ha ha. It's her. Well, you call yourself a maid? Yeah, right, okay. No way. Jingle, jingle. What? Let's go. We got our $10 from there. We have her. It's a limited character. Sister. Fit. Maid. Oh, it's a rifle. Okay. Wow. GB. Nice. We can do it. We can do it. Come on, let's go. Big money, big money, big money. Did we do it? Is this it? Number 6.
Don't you
or 7.
know?
It's harder.
Don't you know?
Number 2.
Nice to meet
I know.
Nice shot.
Nothing.
What are you?
5, 12.
Soldier EG at your
Okay,
service.
who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
Nice to meet you.
Tetra. Tetra. Yep! Gamer luck!
Master. I'm Velvet. So
First pull, too. Claim. Okay, let's do this. Let's watch it perform.
commencing operation.
Wait, no. Synchro device. Synchro device. There she goes, Velvet.
Do you think you can handle me?
Oh hey, we're level 159 now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Interception.
How can you expect a maid to do something like this?
Nice. A lot of damage. No reaction. Oh, look at that.
How can you expect Are we going to play? How can you expect a maid to do something like this?
At all. Oh.
Looks like these guys woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Reloading. I did my best. Are you going to give me a reward?
Some firecrackers ought to do the trick, don't you think? Maid always knows how to wrap things up. Let's just play.
Come on, give me all you got. Let's push them around a little bit.
For a professional maid, this is a piece of pudding.
Nice, I win. I'm a winner. Hold up, I stepped on something. Good work today. Yes, sir.
A professional maid always protects her master. Just a sec. When will this end? All done. Let's just play. Done and dusted, old-timer!
Velvet, did try a little jingle. Nice. I think I'm just gonna.
I'm looking forward to it.
Reloading.
Retry.
A professional maid always protects her master. When will this end? Reloading. Just a sec.
Yay.
Let's just play.
Yeah, that's just play.
I did my best. Are you going to give me a reward?
You are the reward. The best reward. Are you okay? She's so jealous. My game crashed. Wow. Okay.
While HDMI has become the de facto connector that has been used throughout the world to connect gaming consoles, multimedia devices, and personal computers to displays like TVs, monitors, and projectors, it is by far from the only player in the game. HDMI is rivaled in terms of features and performance by another very popular video interface, the DisplayPort. The DisplayPort might not be as popular as HDMI, but it has grown a massive following amongst the more hardcore computer fans. DisplayPort is most commonly found on desktop PCs and gaming monitors with higher refresh rates, and that's, to be honest, where it shines. This is because for the most part DisplayPort has much more bandwidth capacity to support higher resolutions and higher refresh rates. Resolutions like 4K at 120Hz aren't that common in the home entertainment space, but for gamers it is increasingly becoming more and more common. DisplayPort, like HDMI, is a digital display interface that is used to stream video from a source like a PC to a display output like a monitor. And just like HDMI, the DisplayPort standard is developed by a consortium of electronics and technology companies. DDR3 wasn't a new transmission mode for DP 1.4, it was actually introduced back in 2014 with DisplayPort 1.3. DisplayPort 1.4 supported 8K at 6.
Here comes the finale! The bigger the boom, the bigger the win!
Really? That was the last one.
Is it a bet? Then count me in! You seriously want me to go out like this? How?
Let's do it.
Time for the wall and the top! Booyah!
outfit is actually kind of fun.
Oh, there's a game right? Okay. I got a skin. Where's the skin? That's it. Unique thing. They love it. It's animation. Oh wait, it's a web browser thing. Do that later.
If you never talk, I'll never leave you. La la la. If you never talk, I'll never leave you. La la la. If you never talk, I'll never leave you. La la la. If you never talk, I'll never easy breathing in you. Best to say hello, there'll be exes. Better dry up conversation, or I'll hit you with Kleenexes. Next is wiping down your feelings. Need a shower.
How do you get it? How do you get the skin?